Hello everybody, welcome back to Quappleville, and now we begin, and so it begins. This is the mega project here of Lord of the Rings themed gummy bears. We've got some of the original ones here. Forgot to bring up some of the other guys, but yeah, these are some of the original ones. Well, we've been working really hard on these, and I think we've got tons of them. Kind of went with a roll or the Two Towers theme, right? We got Eomer, hey the Armored Wolf. We got Theoden here. Where's and we got Lurtz here. So I'm kind of going with this, like kind of grouping them together. Maybe tomorrow we do like a fellowship kind of thing or something like that. We'll start off with these two guys. We got Grima and we've got Saruman here. Thanks for doing that, Ryan. Yeah, I have no idea really what the guy was talking about there, but thanks for establishing those links. Really appreciate that. Nice to see you there, Uber Yeti. And of course, well, happy Saturday for lots of folks. Now, again, these we might be hitting some of these maybe tomorrow. We got Galadriel here. That's our new Galadriel. And then, of course, there is with this little Sebastian buddy right there. So that's Radagast. And again, it's very different from this other one here. So I think that we've been able to make a big improvement in what we're doing with these things. And actually, these are all 3D printed bases that I ended up just making for these. So hope everything. Oh, here's where'd that go? It's over here. So Uber Yeti. I don't. Oh, I didn't get to see this. So Armored Wolf sent me this, and what was that? A week or two ago, Armored Wolf, you sent me the Christmas Tree Nebula, which is an actual thing. I mean, this thing actually exists. We turned it into the Party Tree Nebula for Hobbiton right here. So we painted these two things last night. Let me see. Well, not quite dry yet, but again, this wooden one, well, I mean, it kind of also, too, we used a little bit more of the white on this than we did over here. Now, Ryan, hopefully you've had a chance to maybe paint some stuff. And actually, well, here's again some of the other ornaments that we've managed to do here. Let's get our Corsairs together. There we go. So here's some of the ornaments right here that we've been working on. And of course, well, here's another one right there. So there is Mercury. First time we've ever done Mercury. Thanks so much, Uber Yeti. Now, this is the other thing here is we've got these busts right here, and now, of course, learning what I just learned the other day, Ryan, these probably could have been a whole lot better. Hey there, Valfera. Well, I mean, I think you have to say that that first playoff game wasn't too shabby, right? Now, of course, the final score doesn't really indicate all the wild and craziness that happened, right, Valfera? Now, we're gonna go with these style bases right here. I maybe should get some indigo out, but we'll just kind of roll with what we've got. So yeah, Valfira, that I made those the other day. I was showing those last on the stream last. Yeah, on the stream last night. So yeah, Valfira, it's gonna be interesting to see what kind of happens here tomorrow night. Again, given given what happened in the game today, and the 17-0 lead, and missing a bunch of field goals and everything else, all of a sudden you end up on the short end of that. Well, Ryan, here's hoping that, I mean, obviously, again, with not quite all the extra stuff going on that, from before, hopefully that does translate into some more painting time for you. Actually, Uber Yeti, hopefully you've have had time to maybe do some painting yourself. So great to see you again there, Uber Yeti. Nice to see you there, Camda. So again, these are all the Lord of the Rings themed gummy bears here that we've been working on for quite some time. I'm just gonna, might as well just roll in like this. What the heck? So yeah, Velfira, it was kind of looking like it was going to be one of those, was the average 19 points differential in those early games last year, and then all of a sudden, well, it wasn't. It was until it wasn't. Now we'll see what happens tomorrow there, Valfira. Again, I don't really hold out lots of hope that anything is really, really different. I think things are different, but are they really different? I think you know what I mean there. So, well, I guess we could do those actually, Valfira. Well, I don't know. I think I might avoid those. I was just thinking, well, you could do all kinds of different themed gummy bears. Fine, well, we'll do that. Actually, Valfira, maybe I should try doing some BSG gummy bears just for the heck of it. I think his staff is actually. Let me where the heck did I had a I just had him in my there he is. Yeah. We're gonna roll darker with this then. Okay. We will roll darker with this. Yeah, Valfira, I was like, and then I went, yep, that is an that's a no bueno right there. So again, great to see you there, Cam. And of course, Uber Yeti, if you want to share anything in the chat, and I mean, same thing, Ryan. We got folks, we got eyeballs, if you wanted to share anything in the chat. So there's those two. Let me get a little start on Theoden here, at least on the base. I'm just gonna start throwing some of this down here, like so. Hey there, Landrast. Great to see ya. So I've got almost a 25-hour print going right now. That is the last, what I hope were the last two pieces of the Black Gate in 10 millimeter, which again is going to be about 6 feet long. That's 10 millimeter. That's crazy, but that's what we got. That is what we have. Everybody check out the Insta link there that Ryan just shared. How the heck? Since that didn't make it out there, maybe I will just roll with the S Fulton somehow. The ombre didn't get out there, so I'll just throw this. Just throw that S Fulton out there. There we go. Well, I'm all for. Now I'm kind of chuffed about BSG gummy bears. Now, of course, our credits we're still waiting on. I don't think I'm ever gonna get those because now I I submitted the second thing that they wanted to after not really realizing that it never got put in the first place. So yeah, I'm not. Let's just say I don't think holding my breath is really gonna do a whole bunch. Actually, Velfair in 28 millimeter, it would be somewhere around, let's see, about 14 feet long. Because if it's 6 foot long in 10 millimeter, which is only 1/3 the size of your basic, let's just say 30 mil, obviously 28. So yeah, take 6 by 3. That's 18 feet there, Valfera. That's how long it would be. That's a little bit longer than what we're looking to do, right, Valfera? Now, of course, again, should I condemn my neighbor's house and knock that down and build a new evil painting layer, well, that's something entirely different, right, Valfera? Now, why we would have to knock it down for new construction is not quite clear, but for whatever reason, we would just have to knock it down, right, Valfera? How you doing, Crazy Wolf? Now, I might not go quite as white as what they did on Saruman's skin tones there. So I'm glad that there's a bunch of people again. Don't forget, Sunday Fun Day, we are doing a stream on Sunday. And again, we're kind of going this is sort of a two towers theme, right? We got him, we got the Grimace here, we got Theoden, Eomer, Eowyn, and Eomer, and Lurtz. There's Lurtz. Valfira did. Oh, I was gonna say, what's the mathematical version of the autocorrect monster there, Valfira? Everybody, check out that link that Uber80 just shared. So again, great to have you here, Uber Yeti. Actually, Valfira, believe it or not, I was gonna ask you to do that because there's so much going on that my brain is way too distracted. So yeah, I was believe it or not, I was gonna say, hey, you know what, Valfira. Now again, knowing what I've learning what I've learned with do I? Let's just keep rolling with this over here. So I'm going to take some of this. So we're not doing pre-glaze. I'm just trying to shoot in some darker stuffs here. That's all. That's all we're trying to do here. So thanks again, Uber Yeti for joining. And again, everybody, please check out what Uber Yeti just shared. Valkyria, let's put it this way, there is, just to try and have a hope for catching up, it's going to require, well, might as well just do the all-nighter or something like that going into tomorrow because, was it 11 a.m. Valkyria is the first game anyways? Might as well just keep working until then. Now, yeah, not really going to do the whole removing of paint thing or anything like that. Oh, I thought I had the Perline black out here. I do not, so we're just going to roll straight to the phthalo green and let that mix in with what's here. So this is going to be sort of a hybrid approach here. Not because they're gummy bears, it's just kind of like, well, we're working on so many of them at once. It does give me a chance to kind of say, okay, enough of that one, and then move on to another one and get that one going. You know what? We might just, maybe we do hit Eomer here. Velfira, I like that idea. I like that concept a lot. I would like 3,650 Tuesdays, Velfira. I think Armored Wolf wouldn't mind a few of those too, right, Armored Wolf? Armored Wolf says, whoa, 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 wait, why are you hogging all the Tuesdays right there? Hey there, Artemichael, great to see ya. Great to see you there. And of course, now, Cam, I don't know if you had a chance to share your stuffs in the chat either. Again, if you want to do that, please go ahead. Sorry if I forgot to mention that. And I'm just going to stick this back in here. I mean, it's a gummy bear after all. It is literally a gummy bear. And I'm really, oh, actually, I didn't have a chance to send too many folks through. I think, Ryan, I might have sent you some of the newest designs. So I have a cave troll. I have the mouth of Sauron. I've got, oh, Shelob, right? Armored Wolf? Yeah, I got Shelob. Oh, and there's a new golem with a fishy. Again, right now I have enough credits to do, I think, one. That is all the no, I have two. I have 20. No, I have 40 credits left. That would let me do two new gummy bears. The King of the Dead. It's like, it was an okay file. Wasn't really super happy with how the King of the Dead turned out. It was a little bit too much like a teddy bear, if that makes any sense. I'm gonna work in a bit more of this here. Again, let that kind of mix with some of this other stuff. I mean, whatever. Why not? This will probably be a little bit different than the what the photo reference was, I would say. It's funny, Velfira. I have no idea. I don't think I've ever heard that, Velfira. So I think that's an advantage. I think that's a big advantage because yeah, that's you can't have running through your head what you've never heard, right, Velfira? So yeah, I think that's advantage me right there. Because when you said that, I'm like, I didn't know there was a Gummy Bear theme song. And of course, unlike the San Diego Superchargers theme song, right, Camda? It's not like I can just kind of stop doing this and go listen to it. So that is very advantageous to me, I think. Oh, I can't hear you, Valfair. You're breaking up. You're breaking up. Was that you take the piece of paper and you crinkle it, right, Valfira? Little more of that here. No, okay, here we are. And I think that is starting to set just a bit. So we got you. Look at that. Some of our... Now, this could be an interesting combo there. We got the Radiant Violet and our yellow. I'm going to put a little bit of the Terra Rosa in there. Just a little bit. I don't know. I think maybe we need to write an anthem to Tuesday, Camda. Yeah, we need a Tuesday theme song. I mean, I think actually there is a Friday theme song. That was actually one of Kathy's favorite songs that they would play on that public radio show that she. Oh, those were the days. That's it. Yes, those were the days. And I forget who did the song, but it was called Thank God It's Friday or something like that, and I don't remember who did it. Look at all that stuff. It's almost like it's pre-glaze. Look at that. All right, where's Green? There he is. Uh, I wonder. I wonder, Camda. Now, obviously, you can't just say do this to sound just like because if you have that in Suno, it'll just not make the song. There's got to be a way around that, Camda. Now the problem, Camda, is, and you're gonna now if Recoil was in here, Recoil would be able to, back me up on this. Getting it to say it the right way would be almost impossible. I think there would be a 900% chance that it would mispronounce Tuesday. But who knows, Camden? It might be a worthy, a worthy try. So yeah, there was. I forget who did that song, but that was one. And actually, Jiro and Trunko had a little dance that they would do to that. They also had one on the swing shift. That's right. Also, the Perry Mason theme song. That was another one. Yeah. Yeah, just do a little bit of. Boy, look at that. That just picks up that darker stuff super quick. And what are we like? Yeah, we're 19 minutes in. We're working on 4 of them here at once. Yeah, we're working on 4 of them here at once. That's why I prepped. Actually, technically, I prepped 8 of them. Here's 2 other ones, and again, I'm thinking these will be for tomorrow we've got Galadriel with the vial there, and we have Radagast the Brown there. All right, Michael, I don't know if you had a chance to post any of your stuff there in the chat, but you want to do that, go ahead. Let me do this now. I'll actually have to make more Christmas cookies for Christmas there. Now again, let's see, what is Christmas? Let's see. So today is the 20th. It is Saturday now. So 27th would be the 26th is Friday. So I believe Christmas is Thursday, right? Speaking of Tuesday. Thanks, Phil, for a second. Oh, it must have just gone up, right, Phil Farah? Yeah, this is and of course, thanks Ryan for doing the new connections there. But this is on the oh no, it's the yeah these went up there, right, Valfair? Yeah, those other ones didn't. These went up there. Where's our green one there? Yeah, these are the ones that are up on the channel now. I haven't done the Corsair one yet, unfortunately, but again, we'll get those up there too. I'm going to grab this. Maybe some of the green too. See what happens here on our Saruman. Again, it was kind of like pre-glaze, just without removing the pre-glaze. Yeah, it's pre-glaze minus the removal part. And again, thanks to everybody for being here. Appreciate that. I know it is late for a bunch of folks, so appreciate you being here. Everybody check out the Instagram link that Artem Michael just shared. And well, Camden, hopefully everything goes well with setting up the stream and everything else. I know that's that will be a challenge for sure. It always is. Where's Theoden here? So now we're just going to take a little of this. Gonna start swiping at him a little bit here. Like you do. There. So let's see. So A&M Miami, that's the first game, right, Velfira? A&M Miami. And the night game, it's not going to be followed quite as closely. Well, who knows? I mean, if Saturday goes really bad really fast, well, then we'll just partake of JMU and Oregon then. Valfira, those got used up already. So brought it to my sister's house. Then I just sent off a batch to Kathy's family. So the batch, the last part of that batch is basically just what I'm going to give to the neighbors, which then means that leaves nothing for Christmas Day, that is, which means I'll be making yet another batch, Valfair, so you'll be seeing pictures of those soon enough. Yeah, so unfortunately, the batches that you've seen, those are either used up or about to be gone. Well, look at it, pick that up. Look at that. That is insane. Yeah, hopefully you can get all that photography done there, Erda Michael. And again, sorry that things have not exactly been easy for quite a while there. Okay, we have to let that set a little bit, so we're only going to do a little bit there. I'm just going to go over to my green here. Whoops. Fine, we'll grab some of that. We just need some green over here. Again, look at it. It's mixing with all that stuff that's already there. Nice and easy. Whatevs. Yeah, feel free. Actually, I even have to. Well, I have to mix a bunch more frosting. I probably have to get. I have to get powdered sugar. Yeah, yeah. Put that on the list there, Valfira. I forgot to get that today. I actually have to get powdered sugar if I'm going to be making any frosting for those cookies. Just realize that. Now that. More of the Payne's gray here. That's just going to go in there. Fine, we'll let that mix whatever it wants to do. Don't care. Get some of that on the sword here. Gotta do Theoden, same thing. Well, Valfira, the thing the other day that was, let's put it that way. I wasn't expecting that to happen. Yeah, that had never really done that before. Just lots of special circumstances these days, and thought, well, okay, we better take advantage of that while we can. I have tons of butter. I've been stocking up on that, Valfira. It's the powdered sugar that I thought I had, a couple things of, and I was like, okay, I just used the last of it here. Well, almost the last of it. Gonna get me a little bit of this rocking and rolling on some, but again, there's still plenty of stuff for it to mix with there. Let me do this up here. Yeah. Just swipe that right across there. Man, it's even got chainmail. There's even chainmail here in his arm. I swear that it's putting more detail on on these gummy bears than it is on the miniatures, which is really bizarre, Camden, let me tell you. Thanks, Velfear. Appreciate that. So Landraz, I didn't get a chance to really zoom in on the picture there, but hopefully the painting is still going good, Landrast. Actually, well, do you have the crew over there tonight, Landrast, or are you just kind of hanging out in Shea Landrast and doing some more painting over there? We hit this, and we'll do the same on Aomir here. Might be a little too soon. Let me get this greenish gray out here for some of this stuff on the base. That's still gotta... Again, that's why we're working on 5 of these now. Well, technically 6. But I think 5 of them have at least some kind of paint on there. 1, 2, well, 4 of them do, okay?
So
nice to see you there, M-Tellies. Thank you so much. M-Tellies, if you want to share some stuff in the chat there, please go ahead. Appreciate that. 60th month there for M-Tellies. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. And again, M-Tellies, well, hopefully you've been able to kind of keep going with some of the painting stuff yourself there, too. So great to see you there, M-Tellies. Alright, we'll just have to sit those aside. Let's get on over here to say Saruman. Hey there, Inkanes. And guys, if you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead. Everybody, please give Inganis a follow, because guess what? Inganis also streams the oil painting. So please go ahead and do that. I think this needs a little bit of paper towel action over here. I just left for a little bit of chow there. Well, hopefully there's lots of yummy chow to be had. And then you can just chow down. We are just going to try to get ourselves a little bit more of this lighter stuff going on here with his cloak there. Mm. Let me go. Yeah, let me get some of this into the hair, like so. I'm glad that you were able to find that, M-Tellies. Glad that you were able to locate that. Gotta get some lighter stuff on the beard as well. Yeah, sorry about the voice. Might need to, of course, again, the only way I can consume the football games is to have basically the guy who's watching the game and essentially narrating it for you. And he's done so many games over the last 2 weeks, like doing 3 a day. He guess what he was using? He was using cough drops. Yep, he was trying to make use of the cough drops, which I found very hilarious. So one more Collecticon for M-Tellies. And M-Tellies, again, if there's anything that you're doing this weekend at the Game Castle in Santa Clara, for any of the folks out there that are in the Santa Clara area, and you want to check out the Game Castle there. So yeah, definitely will have to make use of the cough drops, I think, tonight for sure. Gotta get that yellow out of there. Nice to see you there, Sea Dragon. So Sea Dragon, were you able to find in Deep Geek? And again, it's literally in as in I-N, and then deep as in D-E-E-P, and then geek. And I think he actually just put out a new video of maybe a few weeks ago. And I think one of his latest ones was another kind of a Helm's Deep focused thing there. So again, hopefully you were able to find that. And again, that's I-N, just one more I-N, and then deep as in D-E-E-P, and then geek after that. And you should be good to go. Now, M-Toys, I guess, was there... Now, were you going to actually be participating in said tournament? That's what I'm trying to spit out there. For whatever reason, wasn't quite able to do that. Again, we're 34 minutes in. We've basically spent about, I don't know, maybe 8-ish minutes on each of these guys here thus far. Get a little more of the lighter stuff on his beard there. So again, we have Saruman here. Somewhere is the new Gandalf, wherever he is. Oh, geez, that's right. This would have needed a bigger base, because, obviously 2 towers. I would have liked to have done the Treebeard one here. But again, we'll kind of maybe do a fellowship theme, right, where we got Boromir and Legolas and all that kind of stuff. So I'm glad that you were able to find that one, Sea Dragon. I think I'll probably be accessing those a little bit over the next few days, since a lot of my other normal stuff is, well, that's kind of gone away for the Christmas times there. So that's again the Toro Rosa. Some of our Naples yellow as well. And you get that on his hand here too. Again, using this sort of like a glorified filbert brush right here. Do that in here. Ears. There. I think that was something that the original one didn't really include, was like the ears and stuff. Actually, what's weird, Camda, and this just is kind of a strange trend, is that GPT has everything looks different. It doesn't matter what the subject you're doing. It just, you're like, it didn't used to render this like this just like 2 days ago. So even the gummy bears all look very different now than these. All the other images that I do all look very different. Now let's see who it is that dares to enter our domain. I think that is Hero Zone. How you doing there, Hero Zone? Happy Saturday, Merry Christmas, all that good stuff. How you doing there, Hero Zone? Okay, there we go. So Hero Zone, we got some wild stuff that we are doing here. We have ourselves some Lord of the Rings themed gummy bears that we made ourselves. You can kind of see the images that we're working from right there. We're kind of going with a bit of a Two Towers theme. We also have Aomir, we have Lurtz, and we've got Aowen over here. So then we've got a whole bunch of these that we're going to be doing. We're doing streams Saturday and Sunday as well. Here's a few more that we've already got ready to go. So there's Galadriel there, and that is Radagast the Brown. Look at that, even has little Sebastian there, his little hedgehog dude or whatever that is. We've even got things like a Balrog, and we've got Treebeard over here. Of course, Hero Zone, if you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead and do that. We have everything from Sam to the Witch King there. We've got, oh, wait a minute, so there's our Gandalf the Grey right there. And I think we got ourselves some hobbitses. Oh, yeah, there's Frodo right there. So again, everybody please give Hero Zone a follow. And of course, Hero Zone, if you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead. Here's hoping that things have been good. Of course, we've also been painting a whole bunch of ornaments because, well, it's that time of year. And that time of year means ornaments. Oh, look, this was a very Corsair Christmas, spreading joy to all the good little girls and boys of Umbar, not so much to everybody else. Another one of our ornaments. We never had a chance to paint Mercury before, so we painted Mercury right there. And of course, well, we've had a lot of fun. Again, with our own miniatures here, that's a 75 mil of Aowen right there. We painted that up on stream a few weeks ago. And cool, here was last night's stream right there. So we have the Christmas tree nebula, which is actually a thing that actually does exist, and then we turned it into the party tree nebula for Hobbiton right there. So thank you so much. Appreciate that, Hero Zone. And again, appreciate you being here. Thank you so much for the raid, of course. Now, I wasn't sure if you have to, go take off and do post-stream things. We understand if you have to go do that. Now, is there any special stuff that you have going on stream-wise here? Yeah, we have kind of a little special stream that we're going to be doing on Sunday. And we have an anniversary stream coming up there. That's where you went. You're over here. Okay. So yeah, there's Nerd of the Rings. There's Broken Sword. Broken Sword is usually kind of the second pick there after In Deep Geek. Nerd of the Rings, that got a little too. That one I kind of moved away from that one a little bit. So again, Hero Zone, appreciate the raid. And we're using the same oil paints too. Yeah, we're using the same oil paints that we typically use on all of our stuff here. We are working on 6 different miniatures all at the same time. And again, I hope that the holiday season is going to be really great for you. We're just still kind of blocking in some stuff here on our Lord of the Rings gummies. And yes, they are indeed Lord of the Rings gummy bears. Let's get back to our Grima right here. A little bit more of that crazy, almost violet type color there. More light here on the ears. Because, there we go. More light on the, well, hands. I guess that's what they are. He actually has a little key in his hand. Wish it would have been something like Eowyn's handkerchief there, but you know, whatever. There we go. And of course, Hero Zone. Geez, I don't know if you saw some of the painted flats that we've been doing. Gosh, we have done a ton of these things. Speaking of Eowyn, here's one of the more recent sets that we did, where we did, again, 2 of them there. And again, these are very, very flat, yet they still do have some texture. Let me do this. Like so. A little more thinner in there. Then we'll have to get some dark in the eyes as well. And the bases, like I said, we're going to do those like we did these. Do something like this up here. There we go. Still a little lighter with this here. Again, got some of the violet involved too. Just hit this darker stuff on the eyes while we're thinking about it here, and also this, and also there. Because that is going to change how we see the skin tones too, the darker this is. There we are. Okay, and yeah, we'll be coming in much later with some of our skin tone there too. But we can only do so much at once. We have to kind of set those aside. Where's our Theoden here? We'll start to think about some lighter stuff for him as well. Again, I made all of these myself. We have there's even more even more designs that I'm working on now. I have like another Gollum figure that I've been doing. I've got Shelob, a cave troll. Where's that? As full tone. We're going to go with that a little bit here. So a little bit of that in here. Along as here. So that when we go later with that, like so with maybe, again, the Mars yellow deep here and a little bit of the Naples yellow. There we go. Some more of that up here, and let's see, we're 45 minutes in. We've already been working on 4 miniatures here at once, which meant we spent about 11 minutes on each figure so far. That's it. It happens quick with the oil paints, as in real quick, which is why we always say don't blink. Yeah, hit that a little more. There, we'll have to get our green in that as well. Also on this cloak, we've been kind of waiting for that to set a little bit too on the cloak. A little bit of this now on our Theoden bear. Maybe a bit more thinner. Let me see how that works. Yeah, it's all about the consistency of that paint. All about the consistency of the paint there. Where did that go? Actually, now it might be possible we could turn this into a printable file. I mean, that shouldn't be that incredibly hard. Of course, again, there's so many little bits and pieces missing now of our weeping angel there. I have to see if I can find the original picture of that. Yeah, the original picture looks a little bit different. It's not quite so beat up. Then we could print one out, and it would be a little bit less vulnerable to some breakage or whatever. Where's our Eomir here? Let me move you off to the side. Let's get some lighter stuff on Eomir's face here, I think. I mean, it should have gave Eomir a little bit more of a beard or whatever, but didn't quite do that. Now we'll just go back with the darker stuff over the top of it. That's okay. Let's just get his ears with some kind of lighter stuff going on. There's nothing on there right now. For his hands, maybe we just... I was going to say, maybe we can just do gloves for his hands, but I think we'll roll with what we've got there. Set that aside, and again, we've got a couple other ones here that we'll start up later. We got Eowyn and we got Lurtz there. And of course, I appreciate all the folks that joined in with the raid. We've got ourselves, again, 2 more streams worth of these gummy bears coming up. We've got the usual Saturday stream and then a special Sunday stream. I don't usually stream on Sundays. But a little special circumstance there. You know what? I'm just going to throw this on Eomir's sword while I'm thinking about it here. Get the bottom of that. And then a little bit up here on the helmet. Not quite there. Here, let's take that away. It's the fun thing about the oils, right? It's like we have ourselves an eraser. take this, and a little bit of our sky blue into that, and maybe start to do something a little bit later on this crazy cloak or overcoat, whatever it is that he's wearing. Something soft that I can use as a blending brush, like maybe that. So again, Hero Zone, if I don't see it before then, also Happy New Year. I know for sure I'll be doing the usual Monday stream next week. Not quite so sure again. I have a feeling we're not doing one Christmas Eve or Christmas Day. But we will have our usual New Year's Eve stream, and that's where we're going to be painting Earth again, because that's how we ring in the New Year all across the world. Little more of our sky blue into that. Also up here, it's like a semi sort of dry brush there. Not really, but kinda. Some of that down here. And again, that is mixing with the paint. You can see the darker stuff on the end of the brush there. So again, we'll just use this as a bit of a blending brush here. And of course, as the paint starts to set more, just like our Spacescape yesterday, once the paint started to set, it became easier and easier to do stuff like that. Now, well, Hero Zone again. I'm glad that you had a chance to, do some fun stuff. Even if it's the last stream before Christmas itself. Come on, there we are. Again, trying to almost make that look a little bit like it's got a bit of a sheen to it there. We'll take the blending brush and tone some of that down. Let me grab this here. Get a little bit more of our light on the top of this hair. Blending brush here. That's what the wheels are very handy for. Just kind of position the paint out there, and then you move it around later with a brush that does not have any paint on it. Let me keep rolling with this here. Oh yeah, here we go. Like this. More here. Some of that kind of bluish violet working its way. And then we're going to try to actually create some warmer darks on parts of him too. Not just all with the cooler darks like so. Here's back to our Saruman here. Start thinking about some even lighter thing. Actually, let me get some thinner on a couple of these. Or is they're just kind of sitting out here. Let's try this on the hair for right now, maybe. And also the eyebrows. That will probably be like a light blue if it's going to be anything like all the other times I painted, well, Saruman miniatures anyway. Doing this, doing this. up and over. There we are. I think you can see it's starting to, again, play out a lot like what we've got in our little reference photo there in the lower right hand corner. Yep, lower right hand corner there. So Hero Zone, if you have to kind of duck out to do, well, who knows, maybe holiday preparation stuff. I know I've got tons and tons and tons of that to do here, way behind on all that stuff. A little lighter, maybe. And then much like we did on our AON figure touch, but we'll come back into this with some of our radiant colors later. Now here, this is going to have a bit more of that Naples yellow mixed into it here. So now his robe, whatever, is going to, that's going to start to lighten up a bunch. A little, we get more of our fast matte white in there. What do we got here? Yeah, some more of this now. Some more over here. All of this, as I do this, it just, again, is mixing with what is already on the surface there. See, we're almost kind of doing our loaded blending brush deal. That certainly needs to be a bunch lighter down in there. And you say, okay, that doesn't go there. Oh, well, look at this. It's like we have this magic eraser and we just wipe it all away. Don't have to worry about it. So see you later there, Hero Zone. Thanks again for the raid. Everybody, please give Hero Zone a follow if you could. That'd be fantastic if you're not already doing so. So have fun there, Hero Zone. Do this. Yeah, some more just here. A little bit of our not radiant violet there. And let that just kind of mix together here. Now we are just about now finally at the 1 hour mark. 1 hour mark of our fabulous gummy bear stream. And well, there's at least 2 more. And the crazy thing is, even if I was to paint, let's say if I painted 6 of them in each of our gummy bear streams, that still might only be maybe a little bit over half. Because, well, I've done a bunch of these, and again, there's now about a half a dozen designs I haven't printed yet. Let's see, there's our new Golem, there's a King of the Dead, Shelob is 3. Oh, I did a Gothmog, that's 4, Cave Troll 5. So yeah, I think I've got potentially about 7 designs that aren't even printed out yet. A lot of them, those haven't even been made into STLs yet. More even of the white working its way into that. Here. A little bit more up there now. His belt, we'll just make that later. Some curves in the, there's some folds there on his sleeves. Got to distinguish the between the cloak and the hair. Soft brush. There's no paint on it to just do this. Again, a little bit of our blending there. Pull some of that down. Actually, let me see if I can get some of our lighter green on Theoden's cloak. And we've got ourselves our chromium oxide green. There you go. The Terra Rosa of greens because of its intense opacity. And it also dries very, very matte. Thing with oil paints is you'll have dramatically different drying. Even alkyds aside, even with the alkyds aside, there's some colors that just naturally take a lot longer to dry than other ones do. Violet, red, and also Indian yellow. Those are colors that tend to take a while. Again, you can literally see the chainmail in his arm there. It's so funny how it was able to create a bunch of details in some of our gummy bears here. No idea how it was able to, in some ways, do a little bit more detailed on the gummy bears than it was able to on just like literally regular miniatures. You can see how that brush kind of splays out a little bit. It covers more surface, makes it even more of a filbert brush. And then we'll just take this to kind of have at it on some of the edges there. Let me get rid of some of this lighter stuff here. We'll just take this Van Dyke brown. Guess I need some thinner to reconsolidate this brush, which I think we kind of did. Might just darken up the nose there. Might even darken down that belt a little. I think we will take some of our Indian yellow, mix it with the Terra Rosa. And then some parts of this will be almost rendered in a very realistic way. Other parts, not so much. And kind of back and forth. Because, I mean, they're gummy bears. First, it's Lord of the Rings stuff, not exactly real, and then you have Gummy Bear Lord of the Rings. No, not too much of that in the hair. Might need to back off of that a little bit here. Again, on the hair at least. Might also think about doing some lighter stuff on that cloak, I think. Maybe a little bit of the radiant green. And maybe some of the Mars yellow deep. Looking to go a bit lighter on the cloak here. See how that just is all blends in very quickly here. Now 1 hour 6 minutes, and we've been working on 4 different miniatures. Sorry. Eventually, we will start the at least alerts figure. Nope, I'm gonna go more towards just that violet there. Hopefully this is not too light. I mean, that's getting kind of light there. No, I don't think so. We'll probably also will maybe go back in some areas into a little bit of a pinline wash there as well, just to kind of really hit some strong darks and recesses. Maybe if I do one little highlight on their eyes, might be enough. And of course, too, we could always take something like some gloss varnish or whatever and put that over the eyes. And then the highlight will be wherever the light's pointing at it from. That's where your light source is going to end up then. So again, has a bit more of the bluish gray on it here. Over the top of the skull, for lack of a better term. How much lighter is this again than what's already on there? Not too much. And again, we'll take ourselves a bit of a blending brush here, whatever. Maybe we'll just use U if that is soft enough here. I'm gonna get too light on his shoulder and these areas here. A little bit of blending brush going on there. If I tried doing that even as recently as 10 minutes ago, that probably would have just taken paint off. I mean, we are sort of removing a little bit of paint, but it would have just taken all the paint off, and that would have really kind of had a bit of a nasty look going on there. Okay, a little more of our light color here. We're just kind of hit maybe some parts of the helmet with it here. Got this little horsey on his helmet there. Couple parts of the helmet, or sorry, this crown really do need to get lightened up here. So again, this is our Theoden bear. We already did an earlier batch of Lord of the Rings gummy bears. These weren't. I didn't make these STO files. Some other folks sculpted them for me and such, and we painted those up in one stream there. So we had, I think, a Gandalf and a Gimli. We also had our Gollum bear. We had a Frodo. Hey there, Grant Oracle. How you doing? Much appreciated, Grant Oracle. That is a 10 stream streak. So Grant Oracle, yeah, look at this. All right, we're just 1 hour 11 minutes in, and that doesn't count the Eowyn, or sorry, the Eomir bear that we've already started. So Grand Oracle, I haven't had a chance to kind of dive in anymore on some of the potential new discoveries there, but definitely looking forward to it. Yeah, I'll let you know what happens with the 10mm stuff as soon as I get any kind of results from it. I might be able to try to at least maybe print out some tests of the those bases that I was trying to make, the ones I was telling you about in the stream yesterday. I'll probably go over this perhaps with some of the Indian yellow. That's fantastic. Yeah, I mean, it's certainly more, always better than just nothing, right? Just a blank pool table, Grand Oracle. Even terrain that is primed is better than no terrain at all. 100%, right? 100% of the time. Let me do something like that. There we go. Now, what I will try to send you there, Grand Oracle, is some of the new gummy bear designs. And what's interesting is that, again, GPT has gone through this weird cycle where they've kind of changed how their images look. It's just, it's almost like you have a whole different style going on, which is really strange. Because that it doesn't mean now that all the gummy bears are going to look very different. Well, Grand Oracle, yeah, like, I wonder, can we see it here? I believe that, well, that's about almost a 40mm magnet right there. More magnets, more better, right, Grand Oracle? And I don't know if you had a chance to see the end of our Crimis tree and the and our hobbit hole there. So yeah, Grand Oracle. I mean, that's fantastic. Grand Oracle, the that black gate in 10mm is just absolutely gigantic. It's going, if it's not entirely 6 feet long, it's pretty close to 6 feet long. It is it's actually involved in the final pieces tonight. One that was so big, I actually had to cut it just to fit it onto the build plate. But ideally, Grand Organ. Oh, and of course, I was showing you the test prints, right, for the 10 mil stuff. I have not had a chance to really look at those up close, like, and actually try to prep them at all. And I wouldn't be surprised if, well, a lot of them maybe, I don't know how to say, broke in the printing process, but have some breakage, if you know what I mean. Either things that maybe didn't print out at all, or I already have snapped them off and trying to get them off of the supports and such. How you doing there, surface tension? Surface tension, why don't you post some of your fabulous miniatures there? Yep, surface tension, it is that time. We are working now on our Lord of the Rings themed gummy bears. I'll have to get some of that lighter green on the at least on the top part of that cloak there. So thanks again, Surface Tension. Of course, if you want to share your Mastodon link there again, Surface Tension also does the oil painting on the miniatures. So you're going to want to give Surface Tension a little bit of a look-see right there. And of course, the first game of the college football playoff was quite the. It was already madness, with the Sooners getting out to that 17-0 lead, and then well, Alabama may or may not have scored the next 24 points. And then Oklahoma scored, and then they just started, while they were missing field goals, and Alabama was intercepting passes, and well, it was if that's any indication of how the college playoffs are gonna go here, that would be really fantastic. Everybody, check out that link that Grand Oracle, or sorry, that Surface Tension just posted. Again, Grand Oracle, if you want to post some stuff too, please go ahead. Please go ahead and do that. Let me try to lighten up a little more in the hair there, and the beard, mustachio. And a little bit thinner in there. Again, we're only 1 hour 17 minutes in here. And of course, we also have Eomer Bear. We're just waiting a little bit more on the paint to set on him. Let's get back to our Grima here. That violet and maybe some of this light gray. And we're also going to thin that down, and we'll see. Let me see what kind of effect that is going to have here. We can still get lighter than this, of course. This is not actually our lightest light. It's reasonably light. More of that again. Almost a bit of a loaded blending brush there. Might extend that, at least that mid-tone, a little further up here. I think Surface Tension, I actually have a couple of other ones prepped. So we're kind of, it's very much a Rohan / Two Towers theme tonight. I've also got Radagast all prepped, and we got ourselves a Galadriel with the vial there. I think what we'll do is, I think Sunday, maybe that's when we'll kind of focus more on the fellowship straight up there on the Sunday stream. So maybe tomorrow we'll, Radagast, Imrahil. Let's see, what are some of the other ones that are non-fellow? Oh, the Witch King, maybe. And And then maybe we'll have again the Fellowship and Sauron for the special Sunday stream. I think Surface Tension could definitely use more of this. We will be refreshing this in a little bit, probably a half hour-ish or so. Thank you so much, Surface Tension. It's funny, Grand Oracle, in the, when I was working on this, it said basically almost like translucent skin. So it knew very much, Grand Oracle, what kind of skin it wanted to do for Grima. And again, Grand Oracle, I'll send you the pictures of some of the other ones. Again, we've got, let's see, it was Shelob, a cave troll, a new golem. He's got a fishy. Who knows? Maybe if I can, again. I have like one shot. I can do maybe 2 gummy bear characters. It's like I said, the promised new credits. Again, like 1,000 of them, they haven't shown up yet. So, but all of a sudden, well, January 4th is not that far away. I hate to say it. We are now that it's the 20th. I believe we're either equidistant or we might have just by one day tilted more towards, it's actually closer to the 4th than it is, or January 4th than it is to December 4th. Because, yeah, that's only 15 days away. Yeah, we are now officially one day closer to the replenishment of the credits. Yeah, and even this is not our latest light yet. So he's going to be somewhat pasty, Grand Org. He's almost going to have a Welshlandic kind of skin tone here. This might be a little bit tanned for Welshlanders, right? Surface tension right here. I think some of the Welshlanders might look at this and say he's been in a tanning booth or he's using a tanning spray or something like that, surface tension. Get a little bit more on his ears here, and then we have to kind of move on along to another one. And again, on the base, where's our other Saruman here? So we're just going to kind of do that. Actually, I might fool around with that. Let me play around with that just a bit here. With this, so we got some of our Payne's Gray here, turning that into again a de facto filbert brush there. Okay. Grand Oracle, of course, that's one of the reasons, right, for the Welshlandic Space Agency and of course, the anti-death orb shield, right, Grand Oracle? Yes, and Surface Tension can attest that he is that is way too dark of a skin tone there for any Welshlander. So he is most definitely snuck into that tanning bed there to get extra rays, extra UV rays. Try to again hit this staff a little bit darker there. Get this stuff out of this brush, and we will move back around here to our Saruman to try and lighten up the hair a little more in some of these spots, because again, now it's starting to set a little bit. Makes it easier to do that. So it's set to slow mode right now, Grand Orc. I just looked and I see that it's set to slow mode. So yeah, well, that's a dangerous thing to do there, surface tension, to get away from the anti-death orb shield there, because of course it only covers just a few square miles, literally, right? Surface tension for practically, because they don't want to attract the attention of the population at large, right? So it just only affects Welshlandia. So yeah, if you're wondering there, Grand Oracle, if you I don't know if it shows up on it's like right down at the bottom of the chat there. It says slow mode. Oh yeah, we definitely have to lighten this up a little more here. Yeah, you never know. You never know, surface tension. Better safe than sorry. So this will certainly be when hour 3 comes along and we get our fast met weight out here. We'll certainly be putting that on Sauron's hair and beard and such. But again, we are working on, well, 6 different gummies here on the stream. Pretty sure we'll be doing at least 5 on the next stream. Lighten up you a little bit more here. Like so. Again, let some of the lighter, almost yellowish colors. Let me do this in here. More of our light up there. No, let's get a little bit more. There we go. There we go. Get some of the not Naphtol, some of our Naples yellow on the cloak there. More of that over. Oh yeah, definitely on his sleeve here. Oh yeah, big time. Got to do more of that. So Grand Oracle, these had like a kind of a funky hybrid pre-glaze a little bit. Think of it this way, Grand Oracle. It was pre-glaze that didn't get removed. It was pre-glaze that had so little thinner in it that it was like a pre-dry brush, Grand Oracle. How's that for a crazy terminology? A pre-dry brush. I think part of it is they're so wide and they're so squat and they're so kind of close to all the bases here. It made a little bit of sense to do it that way. Now, surface tension, like I was saying earlier, we're printing out the last few pieces of the gigantic 10 millimeter piece of terrain. That is going to make for a very interesting. I guess it could either be, it could be a metals workshop, it could be a terrain workshop, it could be a weathering workshop. It kind of fits all 3 of them, Grand Oracle. It could be any one of those 3 or all 3 at once, because it is terrain. It is going to be done in metallics. It's going to also have a lot of weathering on it. So I guess I'll just have it be a terrain workshop thing. Yeah, Grand Oracle. Hopefully those experiments have still been pretty fun to work on. The other thing that I want to try again is using the markers for freehand on some terrain. So we're probably going to grab some Easterling terrain and let's see, also the Corsair stuff. And we'll see what happens when we use again, the markers that we used. Oh god, was that on the workbench episode when we tried those for the first time? Yeah, now our Saruman here is definitely starting to. We're starting to see the impact of the. Well, let me try this. This is again almost like a loaded blending brush right here. We're kind of pushing around the paints is there, but there's also some color on the brush itself. I do actually have these some light right here I can work with. A little later around the eye here. On his nose again. And where we are, so again, we're about an hour, 32 minutes in. We also got some paint on our Aomir bear too. We'll start working on him in a little bit. We actually was able to get him to do like the tassel and some of the other stuff there. Yeah, Ngane's. I guess we're gonna have to do an entire theme of army painting video, or sorry, army showcase video for these. That's that's gonna be really insane, right, Ngane's? And of course, everybody please give Ngane's a follow. Ngane's also streams the oil painting. And again, Ngane's, why don't you share your Insta link again? There's many more folks here than when you first joined in. So hopefully you can. Oh yeah, you can see there's a little bit of a difference there in the skinny tones. See if we can go a little lighter now for Theoden's, well, skin, for lack of a better term. I mean, there's even chainmail on this. Again, there was some surprising levels of detail that it did for these that I'm only just now realizing is there because, well, we haven't had a chance to paint these. And of course, there's some of these that I know I have to make adjustments on the files and stuff like that before they end up in that Dropbox folder for people to be able to use. And again, that would be for the patrons. Everybody check out that Instagram link that Ngane's just shared. And everybody please give Ngane's a follow if you're not already doing so. Now the bases here, ironically, these are also 3D printed. I was trying to print up a bunch of 40mm bases for cavalry, but well, Now these guys here, they fit a little bit better on the 40s than say on the 32s. So, all right, okay, fine. I have a bunch of them. I can print out like dozens more in the course of a day. Let me choose again some a little bit lighter skin tone here. Surface tension. Who knows? Maybe I should save some of the. Well, actually, there's still more new ones. Now the I don't know. Would you say Armored Wolf that the I think the Cave Troll still kind of has the same sort of chibi-esque thing, and of course the Golem one. Does this guy have a fish? No, I didn't have a fish, but well, let's put it. He's got a little bit more of a happy look on his face than that Golem does. But when you look at Gummy Bears surface tension, I mean, they got kind of, well, big heads and tiny little, well, in proportion to the heads, tiny little bodies. I was kind of reminded of that when GPT kind of had some weird kind of, I don't know what was going on with it, but oh no, I was trying to do it in Copilot to see if I could do more there, like, and get more designs faster. And it just basically, or no, it was Grok. That's it. Yeah. It basically, all it did was just literally made a gummy bear that didn't look anything like anything else but a gummy bear. And that's when I went, aha, yeah, they are very much just like heads with some arms and legs attached, and a big blob, not really a torso, but just kind of a big blob. Yet Grand Oracle, even here, even on well, stuff like our Theoden here, it's very different now that it's been, well, it's an hour 37 minutes in, and those have had a chance to sit now. When we actually, let's start playing around with our Aomir. Yeah, see, look at this. I couldn't do that before Grand Oracle. Yeah, there was no way I could do that before. Like this right here, nope. And we're talking about 10 minutes ago. It doesn't take much, does it, Grand Oracle, to kind of go from the paint's just literally going to bounce off of there to, wow, that adheres pretty darn well. Sometimes the margins for each one can be pretty low, right, Grand Oracle? And again, if your chat's not doing, going in there fast enough, whatever, it's the chat is in slow mode right now. Let me do this right, just so you know. Oh, you know what? We'll do a little bit more of that in as well. De facto hands here. Ears. Ears now for some parts of the armor. Here, let me just take some of this Mars Yellow Deep and some of the Naples Yellow. Do a little bit of the trim type stuff here. Kind of trying to leave that reddish brown armor that he had. We're going to go with not necessarily Terra Rosa, maybe a mix of Terra Rosa and our violet and then lighten it up. Nice to see you there, Doji. Everybody please give Doji a little look-see because Doji's going to post a link there with some fabulous oil painted miniatures as well. I think that's what they on the next sports broadcast there's surface tension. Yes, instead of the super slow-mo, it's super tree man mode. Super Ent. There you go. Yes. Brought to you by Fangorn whatever. more of this here. So yeah, Doji, why don't you share some stuffs in the chat? Let me do some of this. So again, like with all the flats, well, now that I know this new thing about this potential combo of the GPTs and Meshi, what I want to do is see if I can get GPT to write new prompts that I can bring into Meshi, and maybe I get better results. Maybe get true, whatchamacallit, true bas reliefs instead of using image to STL, which again, it works okay on a lot of designs, and then there's other designs that just doesn't work on like at all. Again, then a little bit of our lighter golds in here. I've got to do that on the helmet here. Actually, that should be metal there. And yeah, cadmium red deep mode. Let's see, Egyptian violet mode, right? Or Indian yellow mode. There you go. Take some of this here. Yeah. Just sneak in some of that in over there. The sword. You know what? I think I should actually reverse how we did this. So we're gonna make a change here. Let's get rid of that. We'll lighten this up. More of the sky blue. Because that side should be the later side. Use that paper towel here. Ah, boy, Doji, well, but didn't we kind of called it the cadmium of blacks, right, Doji? So Doji, I couldn't tell you the last time I used black spinel. It was, I think it was like must have been a color theory in oils or something, and it was just like as a comparison or something. So I haven't really seen it in enough time. I've been using the Mars black or the coal black, right, Camda? So much I've been using that coal black. Getting it a little bit here. I'm gonna go refresh the medicine. Maybe snag a few more cough drops too. Let me hit that. Try to get a little bit. Whoops, not that. This. And that too is, see, again, it's mixing a little bit with what is already there. Well, there's a lot of planes flying out there. It's 1:32 in the morning, and there are lots of planes flying. I don't know if that means we're going to be getting snow or something like that, and they're trying to get out of here. It is definitely one of those kind of almost ultra matte type colors, right, Doji? Maybe pop that in here. We'll have to get down to our little tree branch there as well. You know what? I should also do this. so that the eye is not just a black dot. Hey there, Helgrant, how you doing? Of course, well, just doesn't matter what you are working on. The Book of Wapple, it applies to everything, whether it's small scale, large scale, terrain, or whether it might also happen to be. Whoops, I think I might have already passed by our new Book of Wapple stuff. Give me 1 second here. Where are we here? Here it is, yes. Our new Book of Wapple stuff. And of course, these things started out pretty darn messy. Now they don't quite look so messy anymore. But of course, even like last night, right on our on one of our ornaments, the major contrast was just warmer greens versus cooler greens. That was kind of the well, aside from light and dark. Now here we're starting to work on some metals on our helmets there, and even on gummy bears, the metals must reflect their surroundings. Now everybody, please check out that Discord link that Halgrat just shared, and this too. Right, this is the special thing about the oils. You can thin them all you want. You can thin them all you want, but guess what? They're still going to if you do like a glaze with, say, almost a white that has been thinned to 90%, guess what? You still got white. And of course, I see this all the time. I see this all the time. People just kind of outthink everything, right? And of course, well, perfection is the mortal enemy of all things completion. So yeah, surface tension. Well, again, sometimes they land on 63rd Street, sometimes they land on a roof or something like that. And that does create a little bit of a kerfuffle. That is why, again, Southwest Airlines has more traffic violations than any other airline in the world. Yep, they have many traffic citations. So everybody do what Doji did and go check out what Helgrat just posted. So again, Helgrat, appreciate you being here. Hopefully all the Christmas stuff goes well. Let me continue. It's a little bit of dry brushy stuff there. We're gonna hit this with some of our like Indian yellow, some of our glazy stuff as well. But again, we had to wait for this to set. We don't want to be hasty hobbitses. Because we know what happens to hasty hobbits, of course. That's what happens to hasty hobbits. And we still have to make a miniature of that too. I believe, Camda, I think that definitely have to have a miniature of that. Well, surface tension, if it snows enough and people are shoveling out their parking spots in the street, you have the equivalent of those. Those take the form of lawn chairs, buckets filled with concrete sometimes. Like that really nasty kind of, what would you say, garden furniture, the plastic chairs and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, those end up put out there to try and preserve parking spaces that people have shoveled out. And if you want to find out, well, let's put it, I don't suggest that you grab that chair and move that chair to take that parking space. That is not a wise idea. I would suggest just move on to somewhere else and plan on walking. You take that parking space, that is going to I would again recommend you don't do that. Yes, if you're for whatever reason planning on being in Chicago in the wintertime and there is snow on the ground, and you see like really weird lawn furniture and other weird stuff sitting out in the street, that is basically a no-go zone for you. Now, happens all the time, surface tension. Now, granted, an armored wolf would know because armored wolf has been here enough times to know that. There's you have one parking space in front of your house, and that is it. And now that everybody seems to own 17 cars each, like you have a three-person family and there's 5 cars for each person, that leads to a little bit of a parking shortage, we'll put it that way. And again, why you have to have 1,800 vehicles for just a couple of people living in one house, I'm not sure. But such is the way of today. Now, as the armored wolf can attest, so pretty much all it takes is one extra vehicle in the entire neighborhood parking on the street, and all of a sudden, well, there's it's going to get contentious. Because again, one extra vehicle of a person who doesn't live here, or even who does, well, that sets off a little bit of a cascade, doesn't it? So surface tension is familiar with car apocalypse. Well, in Ghani's, we definitely paid to park out on the street because that's when the car got stolen, right out in front of the house. So by all means, go ahead and park out there too. Yeah, be my guest. Go right ahead. There are actually a bunch of streets in Ghani's, and you'll see them kind of signs at the end of the block, and it's called permit parking, and that is kind of like what you're talking about there, where if you don't have that permit in your vehicle, just like you're saying, well, you got yourself some issues, right? I believe in my sister's neighborhood there is permit parking, and I think there's maximum two permits a household, if you want to. Was that right in Ghani's? This neighborhood doesn't have that. I don't know quite what the threshold is. I would imagine it has something to do with how much money can be made by certain officials. I would imagine that is the basic deciding factor there, as it always is here. So surface tension has a little bit of a parking fracas that happens there on a regular basis, it would seem. So yeah, it doesn't take much in this neighborhood to go from, well, we have almost no parking spaces to, well, now we have none. Yeah, I'll never forget when the people next door, they asked if they could rent our garage. Yeah, they wanted to rent parking spaces in our garage, which we thought was real weird. So we said, yeah, sorry, that's not going to happen. Let's do that now. Here. More of that over here. And we can go even a little bit lighter, but before we do that, we'll probably again do some glaze type stuff there. And our Aomir probably looks a whole lot different than he did just a matter of a few minutes ago. And now that we've started to get some of our lighter lights on here, we'll have to also come back with some of our deepest darks, solidify some little edges and such. We'll get, maybe that's a little too light right there. Let me try to do some of the stuff in the armor. I want to actually take some of that red and, there we go, some of our Mars red. That's it. That will go on some parts of the armor here. Yeah, guys, that is the crazy thing, right? That last part there. You would think, based on that cost there, it would maybe cut down a little bit on those. So yeah, a little bit of the Mars red here. You know, actually, I'm going to change this. I'm going to change this to more of our green here instead. I'm just going to make a little notation of that right there. Grab some more of our chromium oxide green, which again is the Terra Rosa of greens. Yeah, that again here, see that has set enough that say that it adheres really, really easily. If I had done that even as little as say 15 minutes ago, that would have mostly just kind of torn up what was already sitting on there. Not actually put any new paint on there, it just would have, again, almost lifted off the paint that was already on here. That's not super handy, right? That's kind of how it is here in Ghanai's, yep. Now, of course, my brother and my sister, that it's kind of crazy by them because they have a corner house. You can only, you can see how crazy it gets here. I'm in the middle of the block practically. You have a corner house. All bets are off. And of course, around here, all the streets are one way. And these streets, they're not exactly wide boulevards here either. All right, so yeah, now that some of the reds there again, a little more of a contrast there. Now what I'm gonna do super quick again is just refresh the medicine, and we'll definitely come back and add some darker things to all of our guys here. Again, like around the crown there, you can see we need some of our darker edges and such. Even same deal here on our Grima bear. Yeah, so we'll be getting back to our gummy bears here in just a second. Don't go anywhere. I'll see you later there, Doji. Glad I caught you just as you were leaving. And we'll see you on the next stream there, Doji. Hopefully you had a good bakery run. Sorry I forgot to ask about the bakery run earlier, but have a good one there, Doji. And surface tension is able to masterfully combine the parking situation with with the Welsh Landic anti-death orb shield there. Oh, that's great, Doji. Sorry I missed that. Let me just check something here real quick, like. And again, this is the Mars red mixed a little bit of the not radiant, radiant violet here. We're gonna try get some filigree too on the. We're gonna do some reflected light here. Let me just take some of this and put that over here. Also over there. Because again, it's metals reflect their surroundings, right? We did just say that. I already think I have. Oh, this one. We'll use this one here. So see you later there, Doji. So we're gonna get some of our. Nope, that is way too much thinner on there. So this is where we're talking about doing some of those a little bit harder edges. Get that around his nose, I guess. Let me do that. Here, so you should imagine what it is like, of course, on, well, holidays. So let's say, well, you've got, I don't know, 4, 5, 6 people coming over to your house for some kind of holiday gathering, as does everybody else in the neighborhood. And let's say that even if every single family gather, they all show up in just one vehicle. That's a whole lot of extra vehicles and no space to put them in. And then, well, then put, several inches of snow down. And as Armored Wolf can also attest to, there's nowhere to go with that snow. There's a reason why there's a lot of skyscrapers in Chicago, because there's not a lot of space on the horizontal. All the space is vertical, so the only place to go with snow is up. So see you later there, surface tension. I know that you're not back at the casa there, so appreciate you being here, surface tension. Again, see you on the next stream, which well technically is later today. And we will be again painting up some more of our Lord of the Rings gummy bears. I do think tomorrow will kind of be the intermediate characters, and then the Sunday show will probably focus on mostly more like fellowship type characters. At least that I think is how it's going to go. Now I don't think we're going to go with the Moria style basing. I was actually tempted to go with Moria style basing for our fellowship. We did that with our Eldritch Foundry fellowship figs. Again, getting some darker stuff going on with the helmet here and some of those metals there. Now we'll set him aside. Let's start to do some lighter stuff here on our Theoden sword here. So see you later, surface tension. And appreciate you being here. Alright, more of our lighter stuff there. End of the, or that tip of the sword. Got some edges here that need to be lighter. Also, let me move this over this way and do the same there. Let me just throw, yeah, it's a little too light. A little too light. So I'll take this guy here, take some of that away. Yeah, this is one of those brushes. It's kind of been retired from frontline service. It is too beat up for doing super precise details, but for stuff like this, where it's kind of rougher work, but we still need a little bit of control over it, it works pretty well for that. I'm actually going to change this back just like we did on Aomir. Let me do that here. That chromium oxide green, maybe a little bit of the radiant green as well. So I think we're only 2 hours, 10 minutes in. Again, we're working on 4 of our gummy bears. Here we got 2 more that we'll get going pretty soon. We'll kind of throw down some of that not pre-glazed stuff and then go back to these guys, do some more of the detail type things while that has a chance to set. We got alerts and we have an Eowyn figure that we can do. Some of that lighter green again up here at the top of his cloak there. Like this. This side over here. And we work in a little bit more of this. That part of the cloak, maybe a little bit of the green there. Back to this, we're gonna take some of the asphaltum and some of our Indian yellow here. We'll combo these up. And looking to do some darker stuff on the on his crown here. Way too much paint. Let me get some of that stuff off of there. No, we did. That's right. That was Aomir on his helmet. That's right. So I'm just trying to find some darks here. Some edges. Again, we have the horse right here. I'm going to try to define that with some dark, and then we'll come back with our lights too. What's weird is that these, crazy as it is, these gummy bear figures, they kind of do actually capture some of the facial features. Now, some are more than others, but like right here in his in the lower part of his face, it actually does. Having painted his face a couple of times, his portrait a couple of times, that actually is, I guess, as close as a gummy bear is going to be to the actual facial details. Here, let me go back to our Aomir and get some of this out into here. This piece up here, and I'm pretty sure that this is why the Dunlendings referred to your Rohunders as straw heads. I think it was because of these tassels here. I don't think it's because everybody in Rohan was blonde here. I don't think so. I mean, maybe it was, but I believe it had to do with the horse tails sticking out of their helmets. That makes a little more sense, since it seems like they all had that plume. So yeah, Camdo, like we were saying before, there was actually, it was a tutorial video, Camdo. It was a game that somebody, this was years ago, one was still doing the commission stuff, and it was some friends of ours, and they asked, I think originally they were asking Kathy to paint. She wasn't really able to, so I had to take it on. And there might actually be one tutorial, as in like a Patreon video there, Camda. I don't know if it necessarily like says I'm painting chibi figures, but I think it was an on the workbench thing. Oh yeah, and by the way, Ryan, he did some more work on that Wapelius.com site. So it should now be very much linked to the Linseed Fellowship channel, and the new playlist on the for all the Army Showcase videos. So yeah, he was doing some work on that tonight, but right before the stream. Because remember, once Twitch obviously took down all the videos, well, we didn't really have anywhere for those to go initially. And then I made that new Linseed Fellowship site, but that wasn't really connected to that Wapelius.com site, which is kind of, again, like a master link to all of the videos, not just the Patreon stuff, but even the non-Patreon videos. But that's the only time I ever really did any kind of chibi type stuff. These are almost more chibi style, but when you look at gummy bears, they're kind of chibi sculpts. I mean, they're not really sculpts as in miniatures, right, Camda, but they they are sort of with the giant heads and little bodies. Now, Camda, I wish that there was a way. I think I sent you the felt things, right? The felt versions of Wapelius Spellbrush and such. Now, again, I wish that I had some way to get like the Kathy one made as a plushie. That would be super fun. I don't know how to do it. I mean, I guess I could look up how to do felt style stuff myself, but I don't believe there's a lot of time to be doing that. So I'm going to say probably not. No, nope, nope. That needed more of our violet here mixed in with the Mars red. Let me throw a little bit of the thinner into that. Try to lighten you up a little bit right by this. Because like I was saying earlier, there was one, I was trying to do some in, it must have been Copilot there because I was trying to save some time doing a few of them there so that I could do the designs on both platforms at once and make things go faster, but it didn't quite work out that way because the ones that the Copilot did were just basically gummy bears. Or maybe it was Grok. I don't know. One or the other or both. Yeah, Canada just it's something that I was almost tempted to ask my sister and say, "Hey, do you think you could do something like this?" She's been making these cross stitch things that take hundreds of hours a piece. The felt stuff might seem almost easy by comparison. Now there, that is actually more just like a straight up kind of glaze right there. Let me do something like this. Because I've seen these crazy commercials on YouTube or whatever's for, like, you can have your dog turned into a stuffed animal, sort of. I would imagine that it's just like a generic form with like a decal of your dog stuck on it or something like that. I don't really imagine it's quite the precise shape of your dog. I'll let you get a little bit darker under here, and then we'll go lighter on the top of that. Again, just kind of doing some of these darker things in our recess areas for right now. This is mostly that coal black, which is kind of like Mars black. It's the Paul Rubens version of Mars black anyway. Also here. Maybe a bit more in that recess too. A little bit of this violet over here around his eye there. Also up here. Yeah, now we're starting to get a little bit of color variety also too in this. Since we were able to establish the major lights and darks so quickly, right, it gives us more time to, shall we say, dabble in these kind of details. I wasn't really familiar with the whole felting thing, Camda. I'd not really seen that before, so. And again, it was a new thing that just popped up on the GPTs. There was a few other things too that I haven't tried yet, but that one just kind of popped up, and the first one I did was the Wapelius Spellbrush figure. Yeah, that was the very first one I did. And then I did those. Then I did the Kathy as Mel, the halfling rogue. And then I thought, well, let's try the one with Jiro and such, because they're already plushies. So look at that. There we go. That really starts to stand out now. And again, that is not straight up white by any stretch of the imagination. It basically just a light bluish gray. And we don't even have our top of the line liner brush out here either. This is just again one that's kind of on the beat up side of things here. More of that violet. Come down. Whoops, not that much. Look at that. It's like an eraser. Just took almost all of that away. Change that from we had we'll use maybe this is a micro blending brush, I guess. And if you want to gonna get a little hint of how these were made, again, I've been it's part of my printing workshop series on the Patreon page. Same thing with their Eowyn figures. Again, those were also made the same way, and again, it's part of our printing workshop series. We'll probably even paint up a few of these in a printing workshop video. Let me just throw some thinner on here, just in addition to everything else, just to make sure that it has a chance to kind of break it down a little bit. We're going to get some more light on the skin tones there. Like you do. And again, the idea is to almost create this sort of not luminous flesh, but very kind of translucent type. I mean, that's not just like gummy bear translucent, that's kind of like Grima Wormtongue translucent. And letting some of that violet work its way into these recesses here. Like this. Oh, maybe no. Maybe that's instead of a key to Orthanc. That might be. Maybe that's his little dagger that he used to shiv Saruman with. Maybe that's what that is. Very, very, very pasty, very greasy, right? Right, Camda? Well, let me see if we can get some of that paint off of there, and we are going to try to establish those really light highlights on the hair that, again, kind of gives it that sort of slick appearance, really sharp, abrupt light highlights on, well, hair that's almost black. Yep, a couple more on this side. Over here. Some more here. Back to our Saruman. Start to get even later on his hair and such. Still gotta wait for the latest stuff, right? Let's see, 2:20. So another half-ish hour or so, then we'll break out the fast mat weight and we'll try to really start doing some highlights on these guys. Like really, really bright highlights. I'll have to get some of my... There it is. Our not radiant, radiant, not cobalt. There's a whole bunch of knots in there, Camda. Now I just have to attack it this way. Same way there, maybe, I don't know. Let those combine a little, and now back to the darker stuff here. For things like the like his staff. Let's work our way around this. That's where some of the later dry brush stuff not quite is exactly where we need it to be. Again, taking that almost kind of a bluish gray there. Going to a couple of spots here, again, like on the on his staff here. Come on, a little later. Under there. Soften that up a little. This stuff right here, we're going to try and do that. So I'm going to just put this over here so I can have that to see as a bit of a reference. We'll just use this Mars Yellow Deep here. That didn't quite go where I wanted it to, so again, we'll just use our eraser. And then we have to have the, here are some little things that cross, intersect that. Like this. Have to do the same for our Grima here. Go goes underneath him. Out through the back of his cloak. Man, that's not quite where that should go. I'll just erase that. Try it again. Okay, that's better. Have that come out there, and then this one comes out here. So again, trying to do the orthanc stuff. We could even, use some gloss stuff or whatever if we wanted to on there. Little Terra Rosa here mixed with this green. Creates almost sort of a gray there. Nah, that probably was too much there. Let's get a little more shadow on the underside of his nose. And maybe a little bit of this skin tone stuff into the down into this robe and such. I might even give a little bit of a red there. That might make it a bit more on the rosy side. For a few ears, a forehead, nose. Maybe a little bit up, again, upper surfaces of the cheeks there. Yep, maybe the hands. I mean, it's tricky. The gummy bears mostly just have mittens, not so much hands. I mean, I think it did a fairly good job again for somehow integrating something like a gummy bear and a recognizable Lord of the Rings character together. Thanks, Armored Wolf, for sharing the link to the Linseed Fellowship YouTube channel and also the Instagram and also the regular YouTube channel. And the Instagram is where you can find pictures of the kind of your more finished painted stuff. The Linseed Fellowship YouTube channel, that's where all of these past episodes go to live. That's where they all are. Again, Twitch doesn't let you save stuff anymore. Well, on Twitch, so there you go. Let's try to get some lighter stuff here on our Theoden. Here. Might do the same for our Eomer. A little more right there. Okay, there we go. Also here. possibly a little lighter, I guess. Here, let me make sure I get a little touch of that Rosa on there, or a little bit of our Naples yellow. So unlike the gummy bear, in some ways it's kind of interesting to have, for lack of a better term, almost like a realistic skin tone on them. Which is why I'm going to actually take some of our green here and put that right there. And again, if I had done that not all that long ago, that would not that wouldn't have gone too well. It would have mostly, again, just kind of removed paint that was already there instead of actually creating a tone. Now here, let's get some of our darks here. The Van Dyke Brown. This is the Williamsburg Van Dyke Brown, by the way. Well, thank you so much for being here, Grand Oracle. Again, I'll try to. I was even trying to maybe do some screen captures or something like that to show you some of the things that I've been talking about with the Mishy stuff and everything else. I'll see if I can try and get you those. But thank you so much for being here, and we'll see you later today there, Grand Oracle. A little bit more with the dark right there. So yeah, and of course, again, we're also doing a special Sunday stream. And programming, no, that's gonna have to start earlier. That one's gonna have to start at as close to 9 Central Time as possible. Again, for some of the folks on the East Coast, so that maybe some of Kathy's friends could join in on that. All right, some of that here. Also, right there. See if I. No, first we'll again just gonna try to really solidify some of these darker edges first before we fool around with even midtones again. I think we did do that on our Aomir. Just like we did with Theoden. I'm going to try and get some of that almost greenish type color in, I guess you could say, these shadow areas. Maybe a little bit more of our. Nope, that's there we go. The under part of his eye there, and now maybe even a little bit on this belt here. Yes, end up using, for whatever reason, violet an awful lot for some of our leather colors. I know that sounds kind of crazy, but actually works pretty well. Now let me see if we can go lighter with this on the helmet here. Up here. No, there we go. No, I think that's still working. That's making some light on the sword there. Get that edge maybe a little. One second here. We got the cord caught up on something. That lighter blue stuff, bluish gray up here, and then some of it down there. Maybe here reflecting some of the plume on the armor bit here. So it's just again that is now reflected on the on his helmet. Yeah, get all that out of the brush there. Now again, we're still not using our more frontline liner brush just yet. Doing this with one that's a bit more beat up. That just preserves our again our frontline brushes then a little bit more. No sense in getting them beat up again when we're doing a lot of rough stuff like this. Yes, it's got kind of a finer detail to it, but it also is, again, it's rougher work, and that'll just take more wear and tear on that brush. That's the ultramarine blue. I wanted more of the Prussian blue. Let's get some thinner down into that and break that up too. Got to get some of that out of the brush here. Also that, whatever that was hanging off of the brush. Get some of that on his helmet over here too. Some sky blue, a little bit of sky, earth, non-metallic metal on a gummy bear. Yes, on a gummy bear of all things. One of these should work maybe as a blending brush. Let's see if we can get some of the paint out of there. And again, we're just going to do this tapping motion here. We're not swiping at it, we're just tapping with it like this. This is the one I'm looking for. Some of our white eye, and then the Naples yellow here. Looking to maybe do some even lighter stuff here on the this plume on his helmet. Let's see if this is light enough. And just have to kind of break this down a little bit. Well, it's definitely lighter. Ultimately, we'll hit that with some of our fast matte white when we get that on the palette. That's again still 15-ish, 20 minutes away before we do that. Again, sorry about the voice there. Let me do this. Alright, some more here. Boom. Let me get this going here. One more there. And here too. Yeah, that more that on the underside of this plume. That's a little too light. This might work as a blending brush there. See if I can go lighter on the skin tone here. Way too big of a blob of paint on that brush. Let's get rid of some of that. Ah, there we go. Maybe a little bit more on the mouth there too. I think the eyebrows a bit. There we go. He's got quite the aggressive look there for a gummy bear. A little bit more this way with that light. Now maybe on the hands a little, at least on the fingers maybe. There's not exactly, knuckles to work with on the hands. They're just like little nubs that might be fingers or not. So that is some of the Windsor yellow slash Hansa yellow for doing a little bit of gold here on the sword. Okay, just breaking this down. Some of that paint's been sitting, well, it's been sitting there almost 3 hours, some of this paint here. Well, technically over 3 hours, because the paint goes on there before it starts streaming. And we're almost in hour 3 now. I think what I might actually do is I might actually save alerts in the AON for our Saturday stream here. Mostly because it means that there'll be less things that I have to prep. Here we are. Let me hit some of this now a little. Let's get more of our lighter-ish gold type stuff happening, maybe up here. And then I want to take this green with some of the Indian yellow, though, maybe. Let me try this. Just kind of a little bit, see a little bit of a glaze there. It's getting a little bit, there's like all these yellows all side by side. We'll get some of our Rosa in there too. But yeah, see, that really is helping there. Okay, we got this green here. Color goes somewhere. Must go everywhere, right? It's not like a super dark or anything like that. It's more of a mid-tone, but it also kind of changes. Yeah, see, it's kind of changing up the color here, so some of it's not all of it is just that same yellow, yellow-ish, whatever. And I also do some of that on the crown here for Theoden. Yeah, there we are. That is something that was missing there. Again, we got this green cloak. Talking about reflective metals. Also, see how that separates it from the reddish browns in the hair. So that right away separates it from the well, de facto skin tone there also. I know it seems real weird, but that, some of the most effective things you can add in your golds are things like orange, green, violet, that sort of stuff. Stuff that has nothing to do with yellow. And again, I know that sounds just really, really insane. That, whoops, okay. I think pretty soon here I'll also grab the much, what would you say, more intact brush to work with that for some of our more detail. Minus that dust bunny there. Let me get that separated even more. So here. Okay, now I think we do. I think it's time now to grab our. Not that one. I think it is. But it's this one right here. Maybe some lighter greens is here. So we got the oxide green. And maybe a little bit of that Windsor yellow. Break this down here. See what that means for our cloak. And of course, now it is basically about hour 3, which means I'll be able to dive in and get some of the, again, the fast matte weight out on that palette, and that really does help lock in some of the brightest highlights. Other side here of the cloak. Might swing back to our Aomir figure 2. I will also play around with, I'll see what happens when we take the gummy bear parameters and apply that to the original Kathy figure. I can also do it to the Kathy Halfling Rogue figure too. Eventually, we could make both of it into gummy bears. I'll also try to do the Wapelius Spellbrush as a gummy bear. we do need. Well, we're always looking for new Wapelius Spellbrushes to paint on our like anniversary streams, our streamiversaries and such. That would be one of the more unique Wapelius Spellbrush figures for sure. Alright, let me do that. A little bit of that, again, that's some of that green in the crown. A little bit of that down here. Not quite as much on the cloak there, and you can see again that is some very precise brushwork there. Again, you don't get that on just any old channel now, do you? I think this one might just work. First, we gotta take our and make sure there's nothing on there. Okay, nice and soft there, and we begin to do this right here. Again, that's gonna spread that stuff around. I mean, if you want texture on a cloak too, you know, you could also have the texture there. So again, that's a little bit lighter now. It actually does almost have a little bit of texture on there. bit more of our light right in there. Some more of it up here. Come on. There, it's better. Shall we do a little bit more there? Yes, we will. Alright, that might have been a little more than we wanted with that, but what I want to do is take some maybe and some of our magenta here, mix that with the asphaltum. Now a touch of our Indian yellow here. That's quite the amber color we've got going on. That's also gonna work its way onto our helmet decor here. Also onto the sword hilt. Little bit on this to tint that also. Some of it here. Maybe around this. Just get that some of that same stuff on our Theoden here. Up into the crown. Maybe some of it again on the sword hilt. And I might get a little of that in the hair. More of the asphaltum in that mix. All right, also a little more thinner. Here. And then maybe some on his. Not sure that's really a bracer or not. Taking this, some of our Van Dyke brown. More of the Van Dyke brown. Trying to make kind of this grayish warm color. There we go. Nope, that is too dark. At the very bottom of the hair again, just a few little hints of this kind of reddish brown there. Here in the, do a little bit of shading around the nose. maybe get a little bit more depth in the cheeks there to be more like your actor's cheeks there. Hey there, Mortician, how you doing? Happy Saturday and happy holidays. All those things. Hope that your Saturday morning or afternoon is going well. It's very early on a Saturday morning. Here it is 2:52 a.m. Might still try to work a little bit more of our lighter skin tone in there. And then too, looking forward to seeing what the addition of some of our fast matte white's going to do, especially on our Saruman bear here. I think, okay, that is free of enough paint that we can just again do this to let that mix the paint there. Not sure what this is doing over here, but no, we'll just have to, that paint already has set. We're going to take this then, get rid of that. That was, wasn't expecting to see that down there. Not just a little more light on his robe, but also again more of a yellowish type color there. Warm that up. The hair color a little bit on the more on the cooler side of things. Oh, jeez. Actually, well, Valkyrie, let's. I was like, wait a minute. All of a sudden, Valkyrie, I thought I had like kind of one of those weird. What is that? Deja vu things, Valkyrie. I thought, am I already on the next stream? Yeah, Valkyrie, you did a foolie on me there. I thought it was already on the next stream. So 1 second, Valkyrie. We'll do a film noir here for you. Just give me a sec to do this kind of stuff here. I think here. Let me. So again, that should be core. Let's do on a couple of these for you here, Valkyrie. 1 second. Let me grab the here. So we should see a distinct difference in the two skin tones for sure. Like right here, they don't look like they're really different at all, right? Let me try this for you here, Valkyrie. Oh yeah, look at that. Boom, you can really see it now. Kind of the violets and the, again, the kind of grayish skin, and then here, much more of a non-gray skin tone there. So again, I'll see you, well, not too long from now. And of course, Valkyrie, I'll try to shoot you some messages during the day later today. Well, gee whiz, Valkyrie, in about it's kickoff in 8 hours. Well, sort of. I mean, it's never quite on time, but 8 hours ish. First kickoff of our playoff game. It's crazy to think it's already that time, Valkyrie. Still seems to me like we were just enjoying some of those early Vandy wins. Yeah, not exactly storming the field like last year, but let me just use this to again take that and just kind of push that stuff around a little. Again, the first game obviously is probably the one that has the best chance of being the what would you say the real wild close game? Still convinced that the two Power Five schools, their games were put out on a day where also there's going to be some NFL games. So see you later there, Valfera. Have yourself a good night's sleep, of course. Let me, yeah, do this now. Okay, I'm gonna grab me that fast mat weight. I mean, nothing terribly earth-shattering. It's just this has a little more intensity to it than the Paul Rubens white. Don't know why, but the Paul Rubens white, I mean, obviously using more of that really kind of keeps our fast mat weight much more in stock when we're only just like literally the tiniest little bit of it here. Geez, yeah, Velfair, I might have to actually at least do the baking part of the cookies again tomorrow while those games are going on. And again, I'm gonna see if I can't try to, with the last final credits there, make a Kathy gummy bear. And if it all works out, I'll see if we can't maybe even try to print that out for Sunday. Come on, there we are. Well, that is making a difference. I am seeing that here on our Saruman figure. Or Saruman bear. Let's try to get some of that on the top of his hair. Like so. Come on, there we are. And here we go. More of that in his hair on this side. Like so. Yeah, that definitely is working out. Doing what I hoped it would. We're going to hit some of this stuff down here with our Indian yellow kind of semi-glazed thing there. Let me try to get this thing later on his staff. Come on, work it in here. It's going to be a tricksy area to get. Looks like we got it though. This side now, also over here. More of that up here. Okay, and yep, more on this arm. Lighten up that shoulder. Few more light on his hair. Now let me see if we can. I want to see what happens when we do this on the eyes here. Okay, that's what I was kind of hoping that I would see. We might do that on our other bears too. Again, this is a whole new type of gummy bear thing. I'm going to kind of treat it a little bit different again than how we did this because, well, that's pretty much just like a cloak and a hat right there. And we'll try the same thing here on Grima. I think that actually is not too shabby. Try to get some more of this light here on his skin there. 1 second. Gonna maybe use this thing just to soften that up a little bit there. And again, made all of these myself. Created the designs and then made the STL files. And the process of doing all this was recorded in some tutorials for the Patreon page. And of course, then the files themselves would be made available to the patrons. It's not something that I'm going to be selling on my mini factory or anything like that. I don't want to be dealing with that. That is extra work and extra time that I do not have. So the only way you can get them is through the Patreon page. That is a whole lot of extra work. Even if I had 3 other people helping me here, I don't think I would really want to be messing around with that. Try to get that really light highlight here also on the hair. To try and make it look like that greasy, shiny stuff going on. Let me do this here. On this side of his hair. So there. Maybe a teensy bit on that shoulder. A little bit lighter on the cheekbone there. Okay, now let's go over here to our Theoden. Doing the same little thing on his, not as too much there. Certainly on the crown is one of the areas we're really looking to hit with this very light color. Also his sword. To, again, make that blade seem a bit sharper. Hey, nice to see you there, Arid. I hope that the stream went really well. Everybody please give Iridicawave a follow. So Arid, why don't you do the usual thing and share your Pinterest link in the chat. So again, hopefully the stream was fabulous. And everybody please give Iridicawave a follow. Iridicawave does jewelry. Also, every so often, some Gundams too. But check out that Pinterest link there. So here we go. Here it is, the gummy bears. The gummy bear festival begins. That's fantastic there, Irid. That is definitely taking out two birds with one stone, for sure. Yeah, let me bring that further up there. Again, just trying to catch some more of these lighter edges with really light stuff here. We got that horsey up here. Like you do, it's maybe a little more of the light than I wanted up there, but we'll roll with that for right now. This is definitely a wise plan for sure. Whoops, wait a minute, let me, not quite as much of that. Touch more of that over here. Whoops. And yeah, let me get a little bit more of our light right up in there. Geez, 110 mil drag. Now, Irid, is that going to be a print or is that going to be a regular miniature, so to speak? Because there's tons and tons and tons of really fabulous dragons out there as far as prints go. Okay, so it's kind of your standard resin type miniature there. Try and get this chainmail a little bit more, especially on that arm, and a little bit more here too. Touch more right there, yep. Let me see if I can get a little bit more of that edge of the collar. We don't really have any of this bottom edge. Yeah, let me scroll on back here to some of our Indian yellow. There we go. Well, here's hoping that it's not too hard to put together, Irid. And sometimes those things can be challenging in ways that you don't expect, especially with resin things. Hopefully it's a fantastic cast and that makes it real easy to put together. Yeah, there we are. A little bit more of this now. There we go. I'll have to get some more of the maybe some more violet and such in the leathers here on both Eowyn and both Eomer and Theoden. Boom! Now that really can really see that. And I'm hoping again on the on his crest here that starts to stand now that we've gotten some of those darker. Yeah, I think so. Boom, right in here. Don't want to get too much of that. This light here. Right along that edge. Some more in there. Got to do the same deal on this side. Some more light up there. We'll also probably be doing this on the plume there on the helmet, I think. I believe so. Maybe on the edge of the armor there, and then also two on the chainmail there. See if we can get, yeah, that little nice little edge on that part of his helmet. Trying to make that look a little bit more horse-like, a little less bird-like. Touch of, yeah, light in the center of that. Yeah, let's go with some of the lighter stuff. Gotta get that on the sword as well. That's really helping to create a bit more of a metal effect here. Take that all the way down to here, and then more of our light again on the top edge of that sword. We need that on the top of the see that kind of creates that more of a round look to it there. Make that brighter. So I have a much better idea now of how we handle these newer Lord of the Rings Gummy Bear sculpts here. Much better idea now. They're way different than the old ones. I kind of at first I was thinking, okay, they'll just be just like those, but different characters. No, they are really very different in how they're structured from the original ones. Again, adding some light to the helmet there. We're gonna also take that and blend out some of that reflected color there from our plume. Hey there, Vostercat, how you doing? So happy Saturday there, Vostercat. Hope that you're doing well. As promised, Vostercat, we have the Lord of the Rings Gummy Bears. Never did get that up here. Well, I also have to do that part too. Also here. Hey, Silly Moss, nice to see you again. Nice to see you again. Happy Saturday to you. Great to see you again. Hopefully, all your Christmas stuff is also going mostly according to plan, at least, if not very much according to plan. There we go again. Just trying to get some of the sharper things here in the armor, in the sword, up here on the helmet, crest, and everything. Let me get some of that there, and let's continue on this plumage here. I hope you're doing well there, Silly Moss. And where's our ornaments from last night? So that was last night's stream. That's the Christmas tree nebula, and well, as we call it, the party tree nebula. And there is a little bit of Hobbit's Christmas right there. We hit this like so. Also here. Oh, geez, yeah, none of these down here have that brightest stuff. We're still they're gonna come back though. I think with our Indian yellow for a little bit of glaze back there. We're glad that you were able to kind of execute all that, Silly Moss. It's not always easy, right? And you can kind of have some good plans for it, and well, sometimes those plans can get derailed for sure. I'm gonna actually go a little. I wasn't thinking of going quite that light with the hair out here, but I'm gonna just do it anyways. Just because you get some lighter stuff working up here on his ears, up here. And of course, Vaster Cat, Silly Match, you want to post any kind of stuff maybe that you've been painting or whatever. Please go ahead and do that. Try to get a little more light. Yeah, here. That is looking a little shy of some light there. So here. That's got again a little bit of the red in there as well. Maybe you work that a little bit more around his nose. Guess that's kind of what that is. Fine, we'll maybe get a little bit more of the lighter stuff there. I don't know, maybe might have to come back with our. Oh, actually, no, that might do it. Let me do that same deal on this side. I guess maybe we needed a little bit more of the light in there. So yeah, Armored Wolf has the slow mode thing going on right now. Let's do our little more right there. Okay. Yeah, that's gonna have that little bit more light. It's gotta move up a little bit more. Let me see if I can almost try and do a little bit of crow's feet there. I'm glad you're getting a chance to do a little bit of relaxation there, Silly Mouse. Yeah, now we got to go much, well, yeah, much later here on the top of the fingers, such as they are. They're more like mittens rather than, say, fingers. I'm gonna try to work in a little bit of hair texture up here. Yeah, we're gonna bring out some of these a little bit more, I guess. In there. And here. Also over there. Not too much more on the top of the hair, I don't think so. I'm gonna. We got this over here. I wonder if that is. But that's not too light. It's relatively light. No, I'm gonna have to go back here. Let me actually take that with some of our. That's got more of a reddish, kind of an orange there. An awful lot of the dark there. Let's at least try to get some mid-tone stuff in here. So Silly Mouse will be doing more of these tomorrow. I've got actually more already prepped here. There's our new Galadriel, and then this is our Radagast the Brown. He's got a little Sebastian right there. And then we also have an Eowyn, and look at that, we've got ourselves alerts right there. And then, of course, well, I think, again, maybe for the Sunday stream is when we'll be doing more of the actual fellowship here, like our new Gandalf. There's a Boromir right there. I was hoping to get our Treebeard for today, but I mean, again, we can do more. And of course, there's our big, nasty, very fierce-looking Balrog, Silly Mouse. Very fierce looking there. Now, there's our Legolas. And now this is Boromir, Captain of the White Tower, right there. And look at this. We have ourselves a generic ring wraith beer. And I've got other newer beers that I've been working on as well. We've got a cave troll beer. We've got a Sheila beer. And the other one said, oh, there's a Gothmog. Yeah, I did Gothmog also. What was the other? Oh, there's a new Golem. So I think we'll kind of hit those 4 in the stream tomorrow. Plus, again, I'll try to have a couple other ones prepped. And then if I can take the Cathy figure and turn that also into a gummy beer, then we'll try to get one of those printed out for this. Again, Silly Mouse going to be doing a special Sunday stream. Now, normally that's like a substitute Saturday, but we're also doing a regular Saturday stream too. And that's a special December 21st is their anniversary, so it's a special stream on the 21st. Let me do that. And, oh, no, here it is. Here it is. Oh, that's big old chunk sitting on the end of the brush. We'll get rid of that. Do something like this. And now up here. A little more right there. There we go. I'm missing a couple of the rivets there, but before that, let me take this. Remember, I was talking about almost taking some of the magenta, some of our Van Dyke brown, and then some of that. Yeah, so it's almost kind of a magenta color there on the armor here for some lighter stuff again, so that it's not quite like the skin color. And of course, stuff on the base there, that's mostly going to be flock and foliage anyway, so we're not really going to mess around too much with that. Might try to make that one round lighter, and then we've already kind of started doing this sort of thing on Aomir. We're just trying to get Theoden caught up. Come on, a little more. There we go. Down in here again. Now maybe throw a little bit of that on his, well, boots, feet, whatever. I haven't really done anything there. Same deal with our Aomir, letting that mix with all the darker stuff. Oh, we go here. Lighter, again, to do some filigree things, and then I think I'm also now going to come back the other way. We got our asphaltum and some of the umber. More of that little edge cleanup type stuff going on here. Maybe a touch more of that on the helmet here. Also here, kind of almost like a sky earth sort of thing. Little horizon line maybe. Fine, we'll let that get a little darker down under there. Same on this arm as we did on the other one. Also a little more earth tone on that side of the sword blade. It's not just about making it darker there. It was actually, again, to kind of tint that to be a little different coloration. Now there's another, yep, that needed to be cleaned up there too. I'll darken that, also again solidify some of the edge. That is very yellowish brown right there. Let me try to get to some, I don't know if that's quite light enough here. That's actually a whole bunch of big old clump of paint on the brush too. We don't necessarily want that here. Let's try this again over here. That's a little better, I think. Closer to what I'm looking for. There we are. Yep. And I think we already did get that as light as we possibly could. Look, too much. We got to thin this down. That's been sitting there a little while. Same on that side of that crest, I suppose. Break down some of the sky blue here. For the, again, the sky portion of our sky earth. Minus that big piece of fuzz. Also kind of can clean up some of the weird little brush strokes that are there. Can also, now it's got a whole lot of our green on it. Last used it actually on Eomir's cloak to soften up some of the stuff we did there. Same sky blue over on this side again. Fade out some of those brush strokes there. Let me see if a little bit lighter can help there too. Like that, here we are. Same deal on that side again. This is the Same sky blue we were doing up in the helmet. Also do some of that over here. And that also kind of blends together a few little more ragged type things there. Yeah, that's getting smoother now. Same sky blue in this. Maybe a bit of it on that side of the sword too. All the way down there. Maybe a little touch of that sky blue on some of the chainmail. Again, it's pretty wild some of the details that it actually included. You know, in addition to all of the decorations on his crown and such. And maybe I'm going to try and lighten up some parts of that horse a little more. Try and get a little bit lighter on the underside there. Also some there. Back to our yellow, maybe even more of the orangey red there. Is I'm just gonna do that all along here. Oh, this whole side over here has nothing going on. And let me use it. May not use one of our frontline brushes for that. Let me go to this here and mess around with things like the branches here. Our Eomir has some shrooms here we're gonna make lighter too. There's actually, well, that's more of his armor there, and then even there's a little bit of almost free-handy type stuff over here and the corners of the cape. We're just gonna start out with a suggestion of it there. Got some of the violet gray there. And now maybe even a little bit of our, no, we need more of this type of green, I think. That might work better for this log here. More of our dots up here again for this whatever mossy kind of stuff on this this log here. What do we got working? I mean, take some of that, almost like that skin tone, I suppose. Shrooms. Lighter on the shrooms. Lighter on the shrooms. Let me see what we got here. Well, can't really go too much lighter than that on the shrooms. to our violet over here again for some of the later things on this log. I never did get the lighter yellow bits on our Grima base here, and then we'll again, we're going to take the Indian yellow and really tone down certain parts of this. Some parts of this I want to lighten up. We also maybe want to do some stuff on his cloak there. Okay, where's our Saruman? I think we already pretty much did this on him. Yeah, which means we're going to shift our focus there. Indian yellow. Maybe a little bit of this too. Breaking that down. So we're just using our really light stuff. Now we're going to do something a little bit darker here, and that will make our lighter stuff up here. Guess what? That much lighter. Get that around the staff. Pull that back over to here, and now same thing again on our Grima. I mean, we're not making this super dark, but definitely darker than it was. Now let's see what we can do here cloak-wise on him. We'll just again take some of this darker violet here. And that is almost, again, kind of like a dry brush thing, but it's kind of a wetter dry brush, right? Because it is actually mixing as we do that. Get some of this color in there now. A little bit more of that violet. Down to the floor here. That should probably also be a little later, ironically, because it's going to catch more of the light, because the way it's facing upwards towards the light. Then we'll have to just let that set, and we can come back to it and again do a little bit of blending and such there. Take this, and we're going to try to yeah, the inner portion of that lip there got a little bit messed up. Put a little more expression on him there, and now maybe even here. Let's we're going to actually do a little bit of the dark Van Dyke brown in the hair, because we got a lot of the bluish dark gray, but now we're going to have something a bit warmer here. Especially now that we just put the blue violet here in the cloak, we want something that's again a bit warmer, more towards the brown in his hair. Up over the top, there we go. Our Theoden here, I believe I can Yeah, boy, that's set really well. That's it's actually hard to kind of push that around. But I was kind of counting on leaving that set there. So, and look at all that green paint that's on the brush now. So what it's basically doing is kind of removing sort of the excess paint from here. Yeah, it looks like it's blending everything together. What it's really doing is mostly just taking away the excess paint, and that's kind of creating the appearance again that it must be smoother. It is definitely not any smoother. And again, 4 hours ago, I can show you exactly what these all were like. They were all just like that because they're all primed the same at the same time, just brushed on the Stynylrez Ebony Flesh Primer. That's all it is. No spray can primers, nothing like that. Don't want to be using those with the oil. I don't really want to be using them, period, but definitely not with the oils. That stuff is super, super expensive. Just getting, again, the Steiner is there, brush it on. You're 100% putting it where you need it to go instead of like spraying the sidewalk or the air or a box, which is what happened in the early, early days when we used the spray can primers. That's pretty much what happened is we would have well primered boxes and sidewalks and not so much on the miniatures. That's not the right size brush. This is the one that we want. That can't all be dark in there. We're going to try to lighten that up a little bit. In that part there where the, again, the crown opened up a little and the hair shows through. All right, let's get this lighter stuff up here. Also on that side. So now we kind of enter into the odds and ends phase. Where we look now, we can kind of really see the context of says, okay, what does it really look like now with all the lights and darks next to it? Is it too light, too dark, whatever? Do we need to maybe make some kind of adjustment to it? Or maybe this area just doesn't have enough shape to it or whatever, and then we make some changes to that. Get our kind of put a few extra little legs on our horsey right there, and that is something that can happen. Pull this down here again. Okay. You know, that's, I think we might even go with a little bit of our, yeah, here, let me get the really light stuff here for that. I still got some of that out in the palette. Again, that's our fast matte white over here. Like that. More of that over here. Nope. I think there's a couple more of these, yeah, there's a couple rivets over here, like this one. And one, yep, there's one more over there too. Now, Eomir, there was on his boots over there, man. Let me see if this is about. We don't want to go really too much later than that. Same thing along all those edges there, and now maybe here on the shadow portions. No, that's too much red. Let me go to this. Maybe this is. No, even that is lighter than I thought it was going to be. So maybe we will go with this. Yeah, actually, that's kind of what we're looking for. To actually tone that down, and then separation from our green there. We're also wanting to get some of this on a little bit this filigree here. I guess we got to still go lighter than that. So I will take maybe this, also a little more opaque. Yeah, there it is. That is more like it. Here. There. And now, let me take our. This is going to be our latest light on our little filigree here on the cloak. And that is that. Let's do the same over on this side. Good enough. I wonder, yeah, you know what, I'm going to take some, gotta get some Indian yellow into that phthalo green there, because that was getting to be way too, no, it's too dark. We will try this, I think now we got it. Yeah. Phthalo green is much like Indian yellow. It's a super translucent color, so you just have to brush that stuff on over things, and it kind of acts like a glaze. It is not a glaze at all. Throw some of that up here, and then again the shadow areas of that cloak. Pull this over here a little more. No, I'm going to take this. Trying to make that look a little bit more horse-like. And now let me see. We do have our this much lighter magenta color. We were using this on Theoden. Alright, let's see how it works here on Eomir. Focus it right in here. Right where our horsey emblem is. Center of the chest there. And then get some filigree here on the shoulder. That's almost, I don't want that to be too, it's getting kind of yellowy, almost too close to the core that is on the helmet there. Let me try this with more of the Naples yellow. Right there along those couple of edges on that. Don't want that to all get too light. And yeah, there we are. What about? Yeah, let me sneak a little bit more into there, and now also here too on this part of the plume. Yeah. Gonna take a little retreat. Now let me get this violet here. Kind of like what we were putting in the shadow parts of Eowyn's hair with the blonde and everything. So I guess we'll be doing that again tomorrow. We've got a whole bunch more of these all set and ready to rock and roll. Gonna try to lighten up the bottom of his face here again. That's got some of the greenish gray to it as well. And that's going to be the difference from these new Gummy Bear Lord of the Rings guys versus the original ones. We're going to maybe do a bit more, again, colors that look more like the characters, I guess you would say. Maybe a little bit less like a gummy bear, but at least in coloration. So there we go. Now we got some reflected light on his chin there. Work that all the way over here into this shadow area. Some more cleanup here on the crown. Might even try to get a little bit more light down there. No, there's still a bunch of our original not pre-glazed down there. Yeah, nope, not gonna mess with that. We will put some of this skin, that greenish stuff up here. Okay, I do have that violet out here. Gonna take that and we'll mix that with some of our asphaltum here. More of the violet, and try to do this in some of the shadow portions here of the armor, perhaps. Don't want to wipe out that edge there. Might need to restore that a little bit. Take that here now. Into the hair. Same thing again that we were using on the leather. Might even put some of that on the crown. yeah, that needs to be a little darker. The darker that is, the sharper that edge gets. Sharper that edge gets, the more metallic it's gonna look. What do we have here? Yep, we got that going. I'm gonna even use some of this dark right along that edge. See, that sharpens up. That makes it a little bit sharper there too. Then some of the mid-tone underneath it. Now maybe a little of this lighter green after it. More thinner to reactivate that. There we go. And again, that's we got this green down here anyways. Why would it not reflect some of that? Yeah, that whole edge there got a little verschmizzled. I'm gonna go a little weird to our really light stuff. Yeah, this here. Oh yeah, that we darkened down the edge up there, which is fine, but then we have to again sharpen up that edge by making this part a little lighter. Do we need to? Yeah, we need to do that on the inside of the crown there, and then up here that should just be lighter. That now that separates from the hair again. We'll take our a little bit more of this really light stuff right here. What about on his ear? Let me go back to this more of our skin tone right there. All the way down to here, blending brush perhaps. Especially around on the yeah, there we go. Yeah, it was just a little weird, kind of ragged there, and that sort of straightens that all out. Hey there, Camda. Glad that you're still with us here. Yeah, Camda, I wasn't quite sure because some of these had some very interesting skin tones on them, but I like the idea of because once I just kind of saw how their facial, believe it or not, their facial details kind of match the actual character. That well, what if we were to kind of enhance the, dare I say, the realism of the skin tone versus the fact that it's a gummy bear? Again, just something, especially with the cave troll and stuff, with its skin tone and everything, that we could have some fun with that, making it match cave trolls that we already did. Back to this violet over here. Up into here. Around the eyebrow. Let me see if we can just tone that one. Okay, there was a little edge right there that got funky. I think, again, I have to look and see it or other ones, but I know the Frodo one did have kind of like the bear ears, but I don't know if the Gimli one did. Oh, yeah, it did, okay. So this was the original Gimli here, but we also have, I'm trying to make a new Gimli. Still like the original one better, I think. It really, it really is right, Camda. Just unexpectedly so. I think actually, Camda, it might have been one of the earlier ones of this new batch that I did for some reason. It might have been because I was just well painting that one, the regular Grima miniature, and it was maybe top of mind there or something. And yeah, I'll save the Eowyn and the our alerts for tomorrow. And who knows? Maybe I'll prep the tree beard one for tomorrow. That would be a rather large one. So I'll probably put him on a 50 or something like that because these are all on 40s here. And these were bases that I printed out myself here. Let me get that right there. Okay. Maybe a little touch more on our cloak. So now that cloak is at a chance to set. So I'm going to take this and do a little bit of our tap, tap, tap there. And maybe now I'll try to do some lighter stuff on the top edges of his cloak here. Like this. Had to wait for that to set. If I had done this any earlier, it probably would just, there'd be like little holes where we're trying to actually put the paint here. Don't want that. More of our, again, this is kind of a lighter dry brush stuff right there. Yep, I'll use that. More of that light here. Same thing with that violet there. I think we now also too, the hair stands out from that a little bit too. Another little positive byproduct of that. Let me see if I can do some. Oh, yeah. Almost forgot the little fungi here on our tree branch. Guess we'll lighten that up a little more. Gotta get that brush edge back together. There we go. Sort of reconstitute that, and we'll just get the lighter edges again on this branch here. And then let's see what we can maybe just dry brush in here on the base. No big deal, because again, we're going to be taking our flock and foliage and doing something much, again, with more texture to it for sure, and even more color. Might even, well, for sure, when we do our darker rim around the base, that's also going to change how we kind of perceive what we're doing here. This is going to look that much lighter because that's just the primer right there. So it's going to look real different. Again, that's why we don't prime things black or white, because that can really get in your way as far as saying, okay, what do we really have here? But look at that. See that? Our not pre-glaze. Yeah, that's what we should call it. There we go, Camden. Not pre-glaze. That, because that won't be the least bit confusing at all for folks to call it not pre-glaze. Yeah, I think that's what we're going to have to roll with there, Camden. Also going to roll with maybe just more of these straight up Mars. Right, yeah. Well, Indian red is also kind of Indian red, Mars red, sort of the same thing. Well, thanks for coming back there, Camda. All right, there. So again, not only Saturday, but again, also Sunday, more of our gummy bears will be featured. Because that's, apparently that's just how we roll here. Between ornaments and Lord of the Rings gummy bears, I don't think you really see too much of this on other channels, do you, Camda? Yeah, hit this again. You know what? Let me change that here. 1 sec. Get that out of here. Our Indian yellow again with some of our asphaltum here. Yeah, a little tone down there. Oh, and also here, let me bring this thing back. This one I had to do a little bit of extra coaxing on it, Camda. Yeah, well, it didn't include the plume for one thing. The helmet didn't look very Rohan-ish at all. So this one required and also too, for whatever reason, it also printed way smaller than the other ones. I think part of it was because of this plume there. When I was trying to resize him, I went, okay, he's way too big. And I had to factor in that plume. So he's way taller than some of the other ones, not because he's actually taller, just that plume. Oh my gosh, it really makes him look like he's towering over everybody else. Let me hit a little bit of a dark edge on the top of that right there. And I cut away some of that light there. And maybe extend the mouth a little bit in either direction. There we go. So yeah, he's one of the angrier looking bears. Although I guess you could say that Saruman is kind of certainly an angrier look than say the Balrog. Yeah, this is more like where did he go? It's more like Casper the Friendly Balrog right there. And here we thought all of the Balrogs were all named Gothmog or Zathras. Let me see if we can. Hit this there. Where's my though as full-tone Indian yellow mix again here for maybe some of the darker things in the hair. And it's even, because of the way we did this, there's even some greens in the hair. Darker there. Well, let me see. Look at that. It's we are now less than 7 hours away from kickoff. Yeah, once we get to 4:30 in the morning here, it's just 6.5 hours to the start of a fabulous football Saturday. You know what? That needs some there too. Yep. Here we are. I'm going to go with a little bit extra light here on the, well, I might even just use this almost like a skin tone here. This, again, is some of the leather tooling. No, that should probably, I'll go back over that with our gold. That's okay then, and then over here, yeah, let me see. This is, that's actually a little later than I thought it was going to be. That's good. That's what I was hoping for. Actually, now here back towards the gold. Maybe here. Let's try this Windsor yellow here, which again is just it's a Hansa yellow. Just like Windsor red is also Naphthol red, which is also Fanchon red. And now here's where that the skin tone color kind of what we didn't want that to go. And throw a little bit of our yellow into this now, just for funsies there again to. We got lots of different colors going there now, I think. Let me start with the lighter on this. Okay, we can. Okay, good. I wonder if I can still. There are a couple that, yeah, like again, that's like the horizon line. Something's going on with the horizon line there that maybe is creating a little extra lighter something there. Let me get the gold out of this brush so we can use this like a micro blending brush. Here we go. Like that, and then try that again here. A little more thinner. Break it down some. That's it. That is it. And then some of that over here. Taking the. Let me get rid of this. Nope. more. More. Blending brush. Yeah, there it is. And same deal on that side. Let me try to mess around with a little. There. See, that's some of the stuff from his shoulder there reflecting onto that sword blade because we want hyper realistic reflections on our gummy bears. What else? What else would we do? Makes total sense. I guess we'll just separate the fingers there. Maybe also darken the under the snoot right here. Yeah. That might be a little dark, but we're just going to roll with it anyways. Also here, to separate that a bit more from his hand, such as the hand is. I mean, I get sometimes with a subject like this, you have to do some compromise type thing. Well, okay, normally it would look like this, but here we need to maybe make a little adjustment. This is another, again, little adjustment that we're making here. These are going to look almost a little more expressive, a little bit more like eyes there than our original gummy bears allowed for. And again, I still have the original gummy bear files and designs, so it's not like we're getting rid of those. It's just I'm kind of liking the direction these go in here. Let me work this in. To all right. Yeah, that sort of works there again. I don't want to lighten up the staff too much there. I think I need a little bit of reflected something down there, even though it is basically supposed to be black. You know what? Let me get that and the sky blue mixed together. I want to try that right along this part. There we go. That is more like it. Too much with that lighter stuff. We'll just take this brush and guess what? We just take a little bit of it away and it's all better. Sky blue down in there. Let that mix with our white here and then a little more. Yeah, here we are. A little bit of an edge right on that, and then we'll do the same back here. they did in the last. Okay, we're gonna come back in with this. Mostly the again. That's the coal black. Yeah, that actually starts to. That's a creepy amount of expression there that it gives these guys. Yeah, that wasn't the original plan here, but it's just it kind of plays out that way. Also now maybe a bit more of our lighter yellow on the eyebrows. Yeah. Our horse here might also need some more, almost like a greenish yellow here. Reflected light on the underside of this horsey. Same then, and that we just kind of wiped out the highlight we put there, or reflected light anyway. Nope. I was trying to expand that. We ended up taking away some of the light there. Alright, so there we are. That worked. I'm gonna try to get a little bit of this lighter, cooler gray on these couple of these rocks here, just because. So again, be sure to join us here later today for as we again paint some more of these, and then again Sunday. Usually I don't stream on Sundays, but I'm going to do a Sunday stream. We've got more of these coming, and then I will be painting some because there's going to be extras. I'll be painting some also in a tutorial video. In fact, that most likely will be the, well, I already have the latest tutorial up on the Patreon page, but our next one that I film might just be painting up some Gummy Bear Lord of the Rings characters, especially since they are featured in another one of our videos, the Printing Workshop series, and also on the Patreon page. More of that sky blue right in there. Do I need to go really light here along this edge one more time? Nah, thinner. More thinner on that. Yeah, and now, of course, on this side here, we have no edge there. I'm going to try to create one. Also a little more light down on that lower area. Yeah, let's hit that part there. That makes it that same kind of almost lemon yellow here like we put on the underside of the horsey. Gonna try to put some of that right down there. Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna throw a little bit of that in the hair. Some here. That's something that Armored Wolf set up. I think also too, Irid, Armored Wolf is in a remote location, so probably to make it a little bit easier to keep track of what's going on with things in the chat. That probably is why. Let me do this right here. There we are. And Irid, you're still going to be streaming at the usual time, right? Again, that would be 7 p.m. Pacific time. I'm sure there's been no real relent in any of the rain there or anything like that. My guess is it's still probably doing all the rain stuff and not giving you a respite there. That for sure came to. Yeah, I'm gonna try to do a little something lighter right there. Yeah, Ira, that's just that is some crazy, crazy, crazy stuff there. I mean, again, it's a rainforest gonna rainforest, but it seems like it's been a little bit, just a teensy bit excessive. Now, I haven't seen a recoil in the chat, so I have to ask recoil if it's still super hot down there. Here it kind of got back down into the teens, low 20s. Something tells me it might be getting back into the upper 20s or low 30s or something like that maybe for today. I might even do a little, yeah, how about a little reflected light on his nose there. Now I saw more Canada geese today, so that just, I'm taking that as a sign that we should be probably getting some colder stuff going again. At least I hope so. Because one of the things that messed up the printing is that it got warmer. And like I've said many times, that really screws up the printing process. Because again, everything in the wintertime is set up for, well, it gets cold enough to make the furnace go off. And the furnace, the vents there are right above the printers, as in like a few feet above the printers. So when it's like 20 degrees and lower, especially if it's in the teens or whatever, it gets really warm by the printers. Now it's been pretty much windy here for days now, which is, I mean, that's really more of a, say, October, November thing. The Santa, the inflatable Santa there, haven't set that up because it's just knowing it's that windy. It's like, nope, not worth it. Setting that thing up and just have it get shredded. Get a little bit of that violet in the hair. Well, when it's colder here, that means no rain or nothing like that, and that's what we like. I think snowfall here, we've almost actually had normal amounts of snowfall for the first time in forever. It was getting a little weird year after year of just no snow at all. Yeah, here you can kind of see if it does it right, and then it kind of, okay, it subsides. Frontal boundaries change and all that kind of stuff. It's all about those isobars, which of course there was a weather. I mean, he's still around here, but he would get all excited about the isobars because that was gonna really tell you what the barometric pressure was gonna be and winds and all that. And I do believe he actually made a candy bar because he became so well known because he'd been around for so long in this city that he created a candy bar called the isobar. Yeah, it was a candy bar, and obviously it had kind of the weather symbols of isobars on it. Yeah, that's kind of how things roll in this city. That was something Kathy had to get used to. Yeah, she would want all this stuff on public TV, and she's like, "What is this Chicago Tonight?" There would literally be three programs in a row that was just a bunch of Chicago stuff, and in Minnesota, that's not quite how it went. It was more national type stuff or whatever. Here, a little different story. But yes, the famous isobars. Tom Skilling, yep. I think there's also footage of him at an eclipse just basically losing his mind. He's so excited that he's literally losing his mind. There we are. What was that other show? It was the archaeology one in that's it's in Britain there. Time, not time team or something like that. I forget now. It's been a long time though. And they would do the ground penetration radar surveys. They called it geophys. So I made Kathy a fake can of soda called geophys. And it was the soda of archaeologists across the world. I think it was just called, was it called Time Team? I don't know if they're still, I think they've been going for many years. I don't know if they're still going or not. I think it started to get a little bit too, yeah, from the early days. The operation expanded. Yeah, it got bigger and bigger. Oh, thanks, Alex. Appreciate that. Let's see so there's Theoden and Aomir. And actually, I'm really enjoying the greens, like the normal skin tones on our gummy bears here. And now the little bit different skin tones here. Well, let's do this. Tale of three skin tones. Right there's so a little bit more of a light skin tone for Saruman, and then of course Grima with Grima skin tone, and then Theoden and his skin tone. So yeah, the tale of three skin tones there, Alex. And again, well, we're gonna have more skin tones tomorrow because we've got ourselves uh, alerts there. We'll also be doing AON. We also have Galadriel here, and we also have Radagast with Sebastian there on his base. And I think, who knows, maybe we also try to get Treebeard on a base too, and see what we can do with him. And then I think our Sunday stream, that's when we'll focus more on just straight up fellowship there. Nope, that's here's our fellowship Boromir. Now, of course, we still have some of the specialty characters too. Oh, there's Captain of the White Tower Boromir. Oh, there's Sam right there, and let's see, is this? Oh, that's there's Aragorn as king, and there's one of our generic wraiths right there. We've got ourselves, here's our Gandalf, and here's our Frodo with Sting right there. The ring unfortunately didn't print out, so I have to sculpt that on him. Oh, and this Arwen, that's right. Like, wait a minute, who is this? That's Arwen. So yeah, this was it all started with, one second here. Okay, let me just get a little bit of water on this thing. That was not supposed to happen. Okay, there we go. But our Golem here, all started with him. Hey there, Chocolate Wine, how you doing? So I made these, and these are all printed. Again, you saw kind of the raw files, or the raw prints right there that I was showing up. Those were the gray ones. And of course, we want to say thanks to Armored Wolf for doing all the moderations. Even though Armored Wolf is off site right now, and again, appreciate that. Nah, that's too much there. Let's get rid of that. Man, let me see. 4 hours. Well, geez, now we've been doing this almost 5 hours. No wonder we are getting so hungry here. They all looked like that. That is, they're all primed at the same time, and they're all just brushed on the Stynylrez Ebony Flesh Primer. So nothing fancy, no zenithal anything, just straight up oil paint on the miniatures here. But I do think we might head on over maybe a Spoon Handles way here, so that we can get ourselves some chow, and then also again get ready for well, we're going to be right back at this again not too long ago, or not too long from now, since it's, well, it's almost 5 in the morning here. Yeah, now it is only 6 hours to kick off. So thanks, Irid. Thank you so much, Camden. And again, Armored Wolf, appreciate that. I know it wasn't the easiest thing ever, but here, let's do a quick little review here of what we did here in our 5 hours, basically. Right there. So we got Theoden, we got Grima, we got Saruman, and we got Eomer. So see you. Have a nice rest there too, Irid. Again, appreciate everybody being here. I'm gonna again head on over here to Spoon Handle, and appreciate everybody joining. And again, hopefully you will catch us later today, and then also Sunday on that special stream. So thanks again, everybody, and see you then.